Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Good morning, all squirrels. It is morning here, early morning, and I was hoping to be able to go live with this last night, but my exporting got interrupted and I had to start my exporting over from scratch. So here we are. I was just so excited. I couldn't wait to get started on this new series. So here we are starting our brand new series with the Casey Anthony trial. Did the jury get it wrong? Did they get it right? We are going to make an assessment and see what we think. So I'm really excited. To my knowledge, this is the first time that anyone has covered this trial gavel to gavel on YouTube with like any type of commentary or analysis or anything like that, which is shocking to me, but I couldn't see, I looked, I didn't see anything apart from just the trial itself. So yeah, and a couple noteworthy things, I suppose. So we are going to be in Orange County, and Orange County, in case that sounds familiar, we got a lot happening in Orange County even right now. Sarah Boone is in Orange County, as is the Madeline Soto case with Stephen Stearns and all that. That's also Orange County. However, we are going to be taking a trip down memory lane here, year 2011, for this trial. So a couple other interesting things is that the jury was brought in from Pinellas County, which is actually where Peter Tragos, Laura, you know, is. That's like Clearwater, Florida area. And they were actually sequestered for the entire trial. So that's pretty unusual. You know, it's even unusual for them to be sequestered for the deliberations, but they were sequestered for the entire trial. So they brought them in from another county. They must have put them up in a hotel. And for 6 weeks, they lived literally in sequestration and yeah, for the course of the trial. So taking a look at some of our clips here, or rather our pictures in this intro. So here's the courtroom, and this is actually the same picture that is in the thumbnails for the videos. And so this courtroom is actually crazy. It's like got 2 levels and it's huge. And so we're going to see here this next picture. All right, so this picture is, well, let me back it up actually. So this picture is taken from that second level of seats that's like hoisted, if you will. Like it's kind of like an auditorium situation, like a balcony, right? So now this next picture is the opposite side facing the said balcony where that first picture was taken from. So pretty cool, right? You can see also, I'll pause it real quick. You can see on the right-hand side, that would be the jury box. And actually, if I go back to this first picture here, hold on. Yeah, so now it's on the left because of course it's reversed. But look at how many seats they have. So that makes me wonder if they also use this potentially for like grand jury indictments, because that's a lot of seats. Like that's, I don't know, what, 18 maybe, or maybe more, but way more than 12. Of course, we need 18 usually with alternates. I think in this case they had 5 alternates, but that might even be more than 17 or 18 chairs. I'm not going to take the time to count them, but it's a lot of chairs basically. So yeah, so there's the jury box on that side. And here's this view again. So this is the courthouse. Believe it or not. So Orange County Courthouse. So isn't that incredible? Like what? It's like state of the art, super tall, obviously. I've never seen a courthouse like that before. You would think it was like a bank, you know, or a corporation or something. There it is from the front. Beautiful. And so here, so of course I always do the maps, you know, you guys are used to this. So there's Orlando. So Orlando, Orange County, right? But I thought it was funny because you can see Greensboro, where I live, is right there on the map. So that's why I have them labeled. I just thought it was funny that you could see in relation to Orlando. In terms of the distance there, by the way, that's probably like a 12-hour drive. I'll double check, but that would be my guess because I have done a road trip all the way down. Actually, it was to Key Largo, so all the way down at the bottom of Florida. And I think that was like 16 hours. So I'm guessing 12 to Orlando. I'll double check that and see. But looks closer together on the map, doesn't it? And then here's a closer up. And actually here you can see where Orlando is. And then you can see on the left-hand side, you can see Clearwater. And again, that's where Laura, you know, lives. And that's where the jury was brought in from. So I'll also double check and see how far away those are from each other too, to get an idea of how far they had to shuttle that jury. So here's, this is actually a specific picture. So this is going to come up. We're going to hear about this in the trial, even in the opening statements. So this is Lake Eola, and they have these fireworks here on the lake every year. And so that's what we're seeing a picture of, is literally that event at Lake Eola in Orlando. And this is just another picture of Orlando. And there you can see that Lake Eola again. Really pretty looking though, isn't it? And here's another picture from the other side. You can see the lake. Oh, it says on Google Maps it's only about 9 hours to get to Orlando. Wow, it's closer than I thought. So there's the Anthony home. So so you can see that it's got the palm tree in the middle is kind of funny, isn't it? But that's the house. It's a house. I didn't actually put that in this intro video, but I forgot to do that. And here's the Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, that's going to come up in the trial. And I also just looked up the distance from Clearwater to Orlando, and it's an hour and 45 minutes. So that's not too far. But again, because the jury is sequestered, you know, they are staying put in Orange County. And this is the, what is it, Sawgrass Apartments. This is also going to come up in the trial. Here's the IKEA, again, going to come up. And then we're back to the beginning again with the courthouse. Woo! So I'll probably end up adding at some point. By the way, Fusion is another really important location for this, Fusion nightclub. I could not find any pictures anywhere of the exterior of that place. It's like weird because on Google Maps, it's like not close enough to a road to where you can get to it. But then even if you like look at the pictures that have been posted, they're only the inside. So I don't know what the deal is with that. We have no idea what it looks like on the outside. But we're going to hear about that a lot in the trial. By the way, Fusion ends up being, as you guys will see, kind of like Lally's shoveling the apron, where it's just like if anyone that watched Karen Reed knows what I'm talking about, the shoveling of the apron. And it's just like, we know, we get it. That's what Fusion is like in this trial, from what I can tell so far. And, you know, I'm curious about you guys. Let me know in the chat and also on Replay Crew, who all has watched at any time this trial gavel to gavel. Because I certainly had not. You know, I knew about this case, what most people probably knew, and just, you know, maybe had seen clips here and there, but nothing substantial. And, you know, you might think you know a case, but, you know, it's funny how much you don't know until you watch the trial, of course. So that's one thing I'm curious to see is how many people actually have watched this trial gavel to gavel already. And I'm also curious, just before we get into it, what you guys, if just based on what you already know, what were y'all thinking was the prosecution's theory of the case in terms of how Caylee died? Because I know what I had been under the impression of, but I'm not going to say that yet, because I don't know if I'm just completely off base. Like I don't know if I, where I heard it from or whatever. Again, this case is so ubiquitous that it's like I don't even know where I would have learned what I thought their theory of the case was, or what, but it could have been, just from hearing about it at the time or anything. But I'm curious what you guys, just from based on your memory, whether you had watched the full trial or whether you hadn't watched the full trial, what the impression you had as to what the prosecution, how they thought Caylee passed away. Because that's also something that is of note here. So, okay. So let us go ahead and jump right on into the first episode. Yay!
It's a house.
So May 24th, 2011.
State recognized presence of jury. And does the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope you had a safe trip over. Hope all is well.
He's just absolutely delightful. Judge Belvin Perry, I think of him as Judge Belvin because Belvin suits him. He's just absolutely delightful.
Okay. Now, did you heed all my previous admonitions while we were absent from each other, not to read, watch, nor listen to any news accounts of this case? Not to discuss this case with anyone. And last but not least, not to engage in any internet searches or any type of social media type searches. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony.
I'm going to say real quick, this is a death penalty case too. For anyone, it's easy to forget that because there aren't that many, especially for women, but just in general. But just to remind everybody, this is a death penalty case. So
this is a criminal case.
And
the defendant is charged with the crimes of first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated manslaughter of a child, and 4 counts of providing false information to a law enforcement officer.
So I'm just going to say, because we've been paying a lot more attention since Karen Reed to these things. So those are separate charges, right? Just like how Karen Reed had 3 separate charges, and then one of those had lesser included along with it. Those are all, 4, I think, separate charges. So
the definition of the elements of those crimes will be explained to you later.
Yay, can't wait for that.
It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. The indictment is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to decide which laws apply to this case and to explain those laws to you. It is your responsibility to decide what the facts of this case may be and to apply the law to those facts. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it would be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence. and you are not to consider it as such. Following opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their final arguments. Following arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses. During these recesses, you will be permitted to go back into the jury room and take care of some things there. During these recesses, you will not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell that individual that you're on the jury trying the case and ask that individual to stop. If he or she persists, leave that individual at once and immediately report the matter to the court deputy, who will advise me. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial in your presence, in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people or places described in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit any of the places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any places discussed in the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved.
And I'm just going to pause it real quick to make a couple other notes here. So Jose Baez, so that's her, of course, her lead defense attorney. I think even people that didn't watch the entire trial previously, like me, knew who that was and knew that to be the case. But I will also say he is currently representing Shauna Gardner. And I've actually had a couple people request that I cover that, although I don't know that I will. There's, I think, a lot of people already covering it. But yeah, so he's still up and running. And the other thing that's noteworthy, so she was in custody during this trial. She is not out on bail or anything. And she also was declared indigent 4 days before opening statements. So she got to keep her defense counsel, but didn't, they declared her indigent, and so the state would be responsible for paying for the attorney costs and whatnot. So yeah.
So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communications, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on the internet website, chat room, or blog. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You will be provided with a notepad and a pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the other proceedings. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Does the state care to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we would.
You may proceed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Orange County. As we have heard several times throughout the course of the jury selection proceedings, this is the case of the state of Florida versus Casey Marie Anthony. However, it is time to tell the story of a little girl named Caylee. Eventually, at about 8 o'clock that night, somebody at the Anthony home, Cindy, you will hear from the testimony, contacts her son, Casey Anthony's older brother, Lee. Lee Anthony tries to find his sister based on some research he did on people's Facebook pages.
So this is the lead prosecutor for this case, Linda Drane Burdick, and you'll hear people refer to her by her, if they say her last name, they say Miss Drane Burdick. So she goes by both last names. So
where he hears or reads or learns that his sister is going to be at a nightclub in downtown Orlando that night.
Fusion.
So Lee Anthony gathers up his girlfriend or fiance, Mallory, and they go downtown. And Lee searches for Casey and can't find her. During this process, Lee Anthony had sent a message or called Annie Downing, one of Casey Anthony's friends, who alerted Casey Anthony that her brother was looking for her. Casey Anthony, you will hear, got herself out of downtown Orlando. Day 19, Friday, July 4th.
So in case you can see that there's like if it looks like it's jumping, this prosecutor has a very unique style, if you can call it that, where she talks like this. And then she waits even longer than I just waited before starting a new sentence. So there's like these really long pauses in between sentences, but also in between words. Now, it's interesting. It's not like it's for a dramatic effect because it's the entire time, the absolute entire time. It's so, and we're actually going to see at some point, I think the jurors are falling asleep, but I'll see what you guys think. But there's a moment where they take a break and it's kind of funny how her reaction. I think they were falling asleep. It was almost grueling to try to edit this, but I edited out as much as I could of just these pauses for no reason. Again, they weren't like in specific moments for, dramatic effect or whatever. Because sometimes those are important. And of course I leave those in, but these are just like, you forget she's like in the middle of a sentence and you forget what the beginning of the sentence was. It's wild. So just so you guys, I ended up cutting from her opening statement. It was like 24 minutes of literally just her pausing, not to get an exhibit, because she doesn't actually use any demonstrative aids at all. It was literally just her pausing for no reason. So yeah.
See, Anthony is perpetuating this lie to her mother that they're in Jacksonville. However, she tells her former fiance, Jesse Grund, that Caylee's at SeaWorld with the nanny. You will hear from an individual by the name of Will Waters, a guy Casey met July 4th, 2008. That she was at his house planning a party for the 4th of July. And they went to Lake Eola.
We saw a picture of
in
that.
Downtown Orlando, where they have an annual 4th of July fireworks display. And he took a picture. Casey Anthony having a good time on the 4th of July of 2008. Tony Lazaro comes home on day 20, Saturday, July 5th. Before he arrives, Casey Anthony is captured on video with Will Waters at an IKEA here in Orlando. Caylee Anthony is talking excitedly about the fact that her boyfriend, Tony, is coming back from New York and goes to a place called Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Tony. In the meantime, she didn't forget to tell her mother that her car is now broken down in Jacksonville.
I'm so curious what you guys think about this. Like, if I'm on this jury, I'm like, what is happening? Like, if I were the prosecutor, I would have started with what happened to Caylee and then worked backwards with this, because none of this has any context, right? It's like, there's no context for any of this. And shouldn't it be talking about the victim more? Like, I don't know. And again, in real time, without the edits that I did, taking out like the long pauses, this would have, how much time has elapsed, it would have been twice that probably at this point. But most of it would have been, or half of it would have been silence.
And Jeffrey Hopkins is helping her get it fixed. And now we're not going to be back till July 12th. Another week. Buying time, the evidence will show. She tells Cindy that Caylee Anthony is now staying with Jeffrey Hopkins' mother and Jeffrey Hopkins' son, Zachary.
I don't think she even told us who Jeffrey Hopkins is. And now we're hearing about his mom and his son.
You will hear from Jeffrey Hopkins that none of that is true.
Who is he?
So we go through day 21, 22.
What date is this?
23.
Day, what are you numbering?
24.
She never even told us what she's counting the days from. Days since what, though? Oh boy.
25.
Of what?
No one knows where Caylee is. And Casey Anthony is just gallivanting around Orlando, captured on video at Target, captured on video at a Bank of America eventually. And there's no Caylee Anthony. on any of these videos. So where is she? On Friday, July 11th, day 26, Casey Anthony's back at Fusion, a nightclub.
Fusion.
On July 12th, day 27, Cindy is getting text messages from Casey that she's still in Jacksonville. She's really at a Winn-Dixie at 9:30 that night. Captured on video.
So in case anyone's wondering, well,
Friday, July 13th, which is now day 28. Casey Anthony tells her mother that they had to stay longer past July 12th in Jacksonville because of a wedding. Jeff Hopkins' mother's wedding. And finally, we get to day 30. Tuesday, July 15th of 2008. You will hear that over the weekend, George and Cindy Anthony were doing some yard work and had noticed that a letter had been placed in their front door. They had to go to the post.
Okay, this is what I wanted to say. So there, I have it paused. That's George and Cindy Anthony in the back seats there. So George, obviously on the left, Cindy on the right. I know you can't see her face right now, but those are the parents of Casey and Kaylee's grandparents, right? And both of them testify in the trial more than once, actually. And in case anyone's wondering why they're allowed to be there, that would be like the victim exclusionary, or the exception to the witness exclusionary rule, right? Where because they are technically victims because their granddaughter, they're not allowed, in other words, they're not allowed to be there because their daughter's on trial. They're allowed to be there because their granddaughter was murdered, right? Killed. So being victims, that's how they are allowed to be there and watch the trial, even though they will be testifying.
Office to retrieve whatever this item was. George Anthony was unable to accomplish or take care of that errand on July 14th. So on July 15th, goes to the post office, retrieves this letter, and it's from Johnson's record. Although Casey Anthony had exclusive possession of the white Pontiac Sunfire,
All right, now they're
the car was titled in George and Cindy Anthony's name. And so when it was towed to Johnson's wrecker, the wrecker company eventually sent a letter to the registered owners. George and Cindy Anthony, here's where your car is. Come get it and bring cash. So George and Cindy Anthony drive to Johnson's wrecker, and while Mrs. Anthony deals with the people at the front desk, George Anthony goes with an individual by the name of Simon Birch to retrieve the car.
still not hearing
Along
it.
the way, George Anthony is telling Mr. Birch of these problems that the family is having, that he hasn't seen his granddaughter or his daughter for days. And as they approach the vehicle, an overwhelming smell is emanating from it, and it's coming from the trunk. George Anthony will tell you that he said a silent prayer.
I mean, again, we're still not hearing what it's beyond me why in a death penalty case, and it's circumstantial, and it's beyond me why these prosecutors didn't start out, or this prosecutor didn't start out with a big picture of Caylee and talking about Caylee first, and then talking about maybe how Caylee died, because this whole timeline that she's going through is after the disappearance of the child, right? So we're starting with, like, she just, I don't understand it. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think.
That it was neither his daughter or his granddaughter that he would find in the trunk of that car. Simon Birch, who you will learn has spent many years in the tow business and has seen and heard and smelled just about everything associated with a car, including when someone committed suicide inside a car and it sat for days. So Simon Birch will give you his opinion based on this experience about what that smell was. And as that's going through his mind, and he hears George Anthony making these statements about his missing daughter and granddaughter, Simon Birch as well is hoping that they're not going to find a body in the trunk.
So another thing I will just note that, again, I don't know what will come out about this trunk or whatever. But if I'm on, I'm right now, again, I'm assessing this, trying to look at it from the standpoint of the jury, right? So, fortunately, again, I don't know much about this case, apart from just what most people just generally know, which really isn't anything important, right? Or anything helpful. So, it's interesting to me that instead of saying something like, you're going to hear forensic testing proved there was a dead body in the trunk or something like that, right? There's so much made about the smell of the car. Like that comes up so much in these opening statements, and just even from like the first witness, which is George Anthony, who we will watch on this episode, so much about the smell of the car. It's like relying on the smell of the car. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, would you be doing that if you had confirmed like forensic evidence? Probably not, right? You wouldn't. Why would you be spending so much time on people's noses? So it's interesting. I mean, again, this for me is kind of like, well, if there's not a confirmatory, like if there's not forensics and it's just people smelling the trunk and it smells like a dead body, I don't know. Again, I'm thinking about, we know she gets acquitted, right? So if you're on the jury, is that one of the things that you're already like, are they thinking about that,
And when the trunk is open, there's a bag of garbage inside. And you will hear that Simon Birch took that bag of garbage and threw it over a fence at Johnson's Record and eventually placed it into a dumpster there. George Anthony got into that car, drove it home. When Cynthia Anthony had her first contact with the car, her words to George Anthony were, "Jesus, what died?" At which point, her husband proceeded to tell her that there had been garbage in the car. So George and Cindy Anthony go back to their house on Hope Spring Drive. Now, obviously frustrated about the fact that this car is not in Jacksonville, where Casey said she was with Caylee. And that it had been, they learned, at this tow yard since June 30th. So they knew she was lying. George Anthony had to be at work at 3 o'clock that afternoon. They put the car in the garage at their house to air out. Cindy Anthony goes back to work as well and is communicating about the smell to her coworker.
My first thought is, if you really think there was a dead body in there, wouldn't you, instead of letting it air out, wouldn't you be like, here, please check this out? Like, especially because if Casey wasn't with the car and the car had been sitting in the tow yard, it's entirely possible, right? Never mind Caylee being missing, because we aren't hearing anything about that. Like, it's entirely possible that while the car was sitting there at the tow yard, somebody else fucked with it, right? Like, let's just say, I'm just hypothetically speaking, somebody else could have committed a crime and hid a dead body in the car and then got rid of it. You know what I mean? So like, if you smell that smell and you're sure about it, wouldn't you do something and like say, hey, like, please take a look, like, I don't know.
Workers. And they eventually convince her she needs to call the police. Cindy Anthony texts Casey Anthony about 4:30 that afternoon that there's a major problem. that she needs to contact her. In the meantime, while all this is going on with George and Cindy Anthony, Casey Anthony is happily in her friend Amy Huizenga's car because days earlier, Amy had taken a trip to Puerto Rico.
Who cares?
Casey has her car. And on July 15th in the afternoon, Casey Anthony makes an appointment for another tattoo.
This kind of reminds me, I hate to say this, and I'm surprised I'm saying this kind of reminds me of Lally's opening statements. Am I crazy? Does anyone else see what I mean? Like, again, I cut out so much of the silence and the pauses. It's like, but in terms of like, I'm listening to this and I'm like, I don't understand why any of this matters. There's no context for it. We're not hearing anything about the actual crimes, right? Just like with Lally, it was like, he didn't say anything about murder until the very last sentence of his opening statement. And there was so little about Karen Reed or John O'Keefe for that matter, right? This is reminding me of so much, just reminiscent of that. I mean, I don't know that it's quite as bad, but I mean, considering this is such a huge case, I don't know. Yeah.
Tells the guy at the tattoo place that she's going to bring Caylee in with her when she gets this tattoo. Is captured on a Bank of America surveillance video, cashing a check about 1:30. As she's driving to the airport, she speaks with a woman, a young lady by the name of Erica Gonzalez. Gives Erica the impression that Kaylee's in the car with her. When she picks up Amy, she tells Amy that she got a call from Caylee Anthony that day on her cell phone. And eventually, Amy Huizenga drops off Casey Anthony at her boyfriend, Tony Lazzaro's apartment. Amy Huizenga, you will hear from the testimony, goes with friends of hers in her car to the Florida Mall. And Cindy Anthony is at home.
I'm struggling.
Trying to figure out a way to get in touch with Casey Anthony. And so she goes through items that were left in the car. Kaylee's car seat was in the car. Casey Anthony's shoes are in the car. Some clothes are in the car. There were dryer sheets in the car. There are items in the trunk, in a bin in the car.
Excellent.
There is a bag that Cindy Anthony thought Casey used for work. And in that bag is contact information for Amy Huizenga, who Cindy Anthony never met. So Cindy Anthony calls Amy Huizenga and asks if she's seen Casey or Caylee. Well, Amy just saw Casey. She knows exactly where she is. And even though the two had never met, Cindy Anthony on that day, on July 15th of 2008, is not going to be denied access to her granddaughter to the point where she is tracking down her daughter Casey's friends. Despite some hesitation, and because of the sound in Cindy Anthony's voice, Amy Huizenga agrees to allow Cindy Anthony to come pick her up at the Florida Mall. And Cindy Anthony drives down there, gets Amy in the car, is telling her all about what's been going on, and Amy directs Cindy Anthony to Tony Lazzaro's apartment. Amy goes up to the door with Cindy behind her, knocks on it, and gets Casey Anthony out of there. Caylee Anthony's not there. Where's Caylee Anthony? You will hear that Cindy Anthony basically pulls Casey out of there without her phone, without her belongings, and she gets in the car. They drop Amy off, and at this point, Cindy Anthony is not going to be denied access to her granddaughter, who has now been gone for a month. Casey Anthony tries the same old Zanny story with Cindy.
She hasn't said the word Zanny yet. The jury doesn't know who Zanny is. I mean, we know, I'm sure, like, again, you don't have to know much about this case. I'm sure you've heard of Zanny the nanny, right? I mean, but she's not said Zanny yet to the jury. The jury does not know who Zanny is. Also, this whole thing about she will not be denied access to her granddaughter. So even though I already thought I knew the answer to this, I looked it up just in case to make sure. And sure enough, grandparents don't have a legal right to their grandkids. Now, there's situations where parents of the children might withhold from the grandparents, and then then they have to go through the courts. They have to, in other words, grandparents can petition to have the rights to see the grandkids, but it's not an inherent right the way, and she's going to say that whole thing like a bunch of times. It's not like an automatic inherent right. There's not any laws being broken in terms of a grandparent not being, in this case, right, of her not being able to see her granddaughter. It's not like that. So,
but Cindy Anthony will not be denied access to her granddaughter. And since Casey Anthony is stonewalling, telling her mother she doesn't want to upset Caylee, she doesn't want to disrupt this routine that she's now in, Kaylee's going to be upset, Cindy has had enough and decides that the only way I am going to get access to my granddaughter is to get the police involved. So she drives Casey.
Really, you would have to go through the courts and file a petition through the court system, but okay.
Anthony in her car to a substation of the Orlando Police Department, which at that time of the night is closed.
So, like, to me, Cindy Anthony deciding to go to the police is interesting. It's kind of like she thinks something happened to Caylee, because again, that's not how you get grandparents' rights to see the kid. Like, you don't go to the police and the police are like, you have to be able to see. Like, that's not how that works. Which makes sense in terms of there's some confusion, as we will hear with law enforcement, as they're like, what is this, a missing person, or is it just like a family issue, or what? Because it's like, why are you involving us, right? Like, there's not anything we can do unless there's a missing person.
And makes her first 911 call from her car, from the parking lot of that Orlando Police Department substation. During the course of this trial, you will hear that first call that Cindy Anthony made to the Orlando Police Department. She wants her daughter arrested.
For
the
what?
Dispatcher from the Orlando Police.
For what? I mean, arrested for what? You can't arrest her for not letting her see the grandkid. That's what's so interesting, right? Like, what was, I'm so curious, like, what was Cindy thinking? Was Cindy thinking Kaylee's missing and my daughter definitely killed her? Like, I mean, maybe she was. And, I don't know. She takes the stand, so maybe we'll get some answers. Anyway, these are just things that I'm thinking, listening to this, of like, you can't just arrest someone without cause.
The police department is trying to determine if there is a crime that's been committed and where that crime has occurred.
Right.
So in making this inquiry, it is determined that the address on Hope Spring Drive, where the Anthonys live, is actually within the jurisdiction of the Orange County Sheriff, not the Orlando Police Department. And they give Cindy Anthony a choice about whether or not she wants to wait on the side of the road for a deputy to show up or go back to her house and make another call, and she chooses the latter. During this exchange, and while there is some dead air between the dispatcher and Cindy Anthony, you can hear Cindy Anthony threatening to take Caylee away from Casey Anthony. And Casey Anthony asked her for one with it. You will learn that during this exchange, George Anthony, who's been apprised of some of this, not all of it, some of it, calls Lee Anthony, Casey's older brother, and says, you need to get to the house. So Lee Anthony, who lives in the area, arrives at the house on Hope Spring Drive.
I mean, that's another interesting
Just
thing.
before.
Why does he need to get to the house? Like, if they're not, she says he's been apprised of some of it, but not all of it. It seems like they don't think there's anything really wrong with not seeing. Like, that's why it's weird, right? It's like calling the police, wanting Casey arrested, but like not thinking if her whole goal is to see Caylee, it means she thinks Kaylee's still alive, right? So anyway, but not all that to say, I don't know why. Like, she doesn't give an explanation, but why did he feel the need to get the brother involved? You know what I mean? I don't know where that is relevant. So
Cindy and Casey Anthony. And as they pull up, they get out, they rush in, he gets no information. There's the car in the garage. He notices himself that there is an overpowering smell, indescribable smell associated with that car. And as they all rush in the house, Cindy Anthony basically tells Lee to get information from your sister. She's not telling me anything. I want her to take me to Caylee now. Shortly thereafter, Cindy Anthony makes her second 911 call, which you will hear. This time it goes to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. And she again talks about having her daughter arrested and mentions at that time a possible missing 3-year-old. The dispatcher, in trying to get some information, elicits from Cindy Anthony that her daughter, Casey, will not tell her where Caylee is. So when patrol units of the Orange County Sheriff's Office are initially dispatched to this call, they're unsure whether or not this is a stolen vehicle call. Is this some other theft call? Is this a domestic incident? Because while Cindy Anthony is waiting, and it does take a while for the sheriff's office to arrive, based on the priority levels that they give calls, Lee Anthony is talking to Casey Anthony, who is now in her room. And Lee Anthony is trying to convince Casey Anthony to just take mom, Cindy, to Caylee. What's the problem? This is going to happen anyway. Why are you doing this? To the point where Lee Anthony eventually engages in what can only be termed as a role-playing episode with his sister, where Lee Anthony pretends to be the police officer and says, Miss Anthony, good evening. I see that you're having a problem here with your mother. Why don't we just resolve this? You take us to the child and everything will be fine. We'll all go home. We'll all be happy.
Let's stop for a moment. It's been going for about an hour and a half. Let jurors take a break.
This part right here. So I was referencing this earlier. I've never, ever, ever seen this happen. I mean, we heard it in the Ezra McCandless trial, how just when they were talking about their closing arguments, they'll go to great lengths to make sure that there's no disruptions during a closing argument. Same with an opening statement, right? That's why objections are frowned upon. The fact that the judge stops and says, let's take a break. The only thing I can imagine is either he really needs to use the bathroom or the jurors look like they're falling asleep or their eyes are glazed over. And her reaction to this, I'm going to back it up just a second. Her reaction to this is really interesting because she's like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, she's shocked. It seems like
with your mother, why don't we just resolve this? You take us to the child and everything will be fine. We'll all go home. We'll all be happy.
Let's stop for a moment. It's been going for about an hour and a half. Let jurors take a break. We're going to take a recess. Okay.
she was stunned.
Okay,
Like,
ladies and gentlemen of the
she
jury.
doesn't even respond. I think she was like completely stunned. I mean, I wonder, is she not reading the room? Like, I mean, and I don't blame the jury. Again, I cut out all of that empty space, like 24 minutes worth, and it's like not coming together, at least for me yet. But with all that space in there, it would be tough. It would be tough. And in case you guys want to hear just how bad it is, we could maybe pull up some of it with leaving that in just maybe a minute or so, because it's hard otherwise, just so you can get an idea of just how bad it is, to know that I'm not exaggerating on that. But yeah, he interrupts in the middle, and she's shocked, it looks like to me anyway, to take a break. So yeah.
We're going to take
And by the way, this is actually going to come up again. There's an interesting thing I'll point out when we get to the defense opening. I'll make sure to point it out because I find something else interesting with that. So
15-minute recess at this time. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Okay, state recognized persons jury. That's the defense. Members of the jury, did you heed all my previous admonitions? Ms. Burdick, you may continue.
At the break, we were speaking of Lee Anthony's efforts to convince his sister Caylee of her need to just tell Cindy, their mother, where Caylee Anthony was. That resisting, fighting, just not giving the information was counterproductive and would ultimately result in the same ending regardless. That whether or not Caylee did it, or Lee did it, or the police did it, that they were all going to see Caylee that night. However, in a pattern that is repeated throughout this case, when Caylee Anthony's lie can no longer stand, when she can't get out of the corner that she has painted herself into, when her back is up against the wall, and when the stakes increase, what does Caylee Anthony do? What does she do? Caylee Anthony comes up with a new, a bigger, and a better lie.
So isn't that interesting though, how there's huge overlap with Murdoch there, right? I mean, really, like, in terms of just this, the significance of the way lying is a part of, you know, the circumstantial evidence and the state's theory of the case. So
it is at this point, with her back against the wall, with her brother telling her that the result of this disagreement that you are having with our mother will end in our mother's favor, that Caylee Anthony first says these words: Caylee was kidnapped by the babysitter. The babysitter that nobody has ever seen, that nobody ever saw, that her parents didn't know, that her brother had never heard of. Caylee has been kidnapped by Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. And upon hearing this information, all Caylee's Uncle Lee could think of was nothing. He goes into vapor lock.
what the hell is vapor lock? Have you guys ever heard of that? I've never heard of that. I don't know. My like vapor lock.
He can't believe his ears. He has to focus now on solving this problem. And even though Cindy Anthony, the evidence will show, had to realize that her daughter had lied and lied and lied and lied for 31 days about where she was, about where Caylee was, about what they were doing, at that moment, Cindy Anthony had to believe her daughter. Although her first response, according to the testimony that you'll hear from Lee Anthony, is, "What did you do?" Her first response directed at Casey Anthony, "What did you do?" And at that point, this story, the evidence will show, had its desired effect to take the focus off of Casey Anthony. Her mother was in her face. Her brother is in her face. How do you get out of that?
So this is kind of
Tell
it's
another.
like with Murdoch, right? The whole theory, the state's theory of that, the way he was trying to get out of being confronted with the bill from the law firm with all the money and stealing money. You know, he killed his family to distract and buy himself time, right? And then of course that was the first of many things, but still another overlap there.
Cindy Anthony goes into an all-out panic. At this point, 911 again, the third time on the phone, and you will hear Cindy Anthony's panic 911 call to the Orange County Sheriff, the third call she made that day. And this time she is hysterical. Cindy Anthony wants Casey Anthony to speak to the dispatcher on the phone. You can hear the exchange. And then you can hear Casey Anthony get on the phone like nothing. With the attitude, well, why do you people want to talk to me? I don't want to talk to them. During this call, Cindy Anthony tells the dispatcher from the Orange County Sheriff's Office that her granddaughter was kidnapped. "I cannot find my granddaughter. Something is wrong. It smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car." As you will learn, as this trial unfolds, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, as do all police agencies, keep a almost second by second accounting of their response to a call. You will learn that the first officer that arrived at the Anthony residence was Corporal Rendon Fletcher. Now, Corporal Fletcher's dispatch was to the second call. So he's not completely apprised until he gets there of the seriousness of this call. Eventually, after learning from Lee Anthony and Cindy Anthony and Casey Anthony in the home that Caylee is missing and this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez has Caylee, the Orange County Sheriff's Office begins to gather information about locating this person. And one of the things that is told to them by Casey Anthony is that Zanny, or Zenaida, lives at the Sawgrass Apartments, which is off of Conway Road in Orlando. So deputies with the Orange County Sheriff's Office asked Casey to show them the last place she saw her daughter 31 days ago. And she gets into the car with Adriana Acevedo, a deputy with the Orange County Sheriff. Rendon Fletcher, the corporal that first responded to the call, follows in case he needs to do follow-up with the people at the Sawgrass Apartments. And they drive in to the location at the direction of Casey Anthony. She points out the apartment where she last saw her daughter, Caylee. and says, that's where I dropped Caylee off on June 9th, 2008. Brendan Fletcher finds somebody with this apartment complex, somebody in management or maintenance, and it's determined that while this is July, now 16th probably, 2008, nobody's lived in that apartment since February 2008. The prior occupants were evicted. So when these deputies from the Orange County Sheriff's Office returned to the Anthony home with...
In case anyone's wondering why we can't see any exhibits or any PowerPoint or any pictures or any exhibits, it's because there aren't any. She doesn't use anything. She uses only her words. There's nothing. So just so you guys know.
Casey and no Caylee, what does Cindy Anthony do? She continues to insist that something be done. That Casey is lying, that somebody needs to arrest her. She needs to tell me where Caylee is. During this process, deputies send somebody to Tony Lazzaro's apartment where Casey's cell phone was. And her belongings were later retrieved by her brother, who went to the apartment. Caylee Anthony was not there either. One of the things that Casey Anthony told them had to do with having contact information for this Zanny person in her phone. So the deputies retrieve that phone and attempt to get any information that night off of it that they can in an effort to find this person who allegedly has Casey Anthony's daughter, Caylee. They ask Casey Anthony to put pen to paper. Tell us everything that you can tell us about what happened and about this person that you say kidnapped your daughter. They were there to help find Caylee Anthony. So what does the evidence show Casey Anthony did at the first opportunity given to her to put pen to paper? She writes, on Monday, June 9th, 2008, between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m., Casey Anthony, took my daughter, Caylee Marie Anthony, to her nanny's apartment.
So of the different charges, again, I think there were four different charges. The fourth charge being the different counts of perjury, false police reports lying to the, law enforcement. Of the four charges against her, indictments against her, the first one that they're getting to in the state's opening is the perjury. I mean, she's holding it in her hand. This is the false, police report, or, there it is. That's the perjury. But that's the first one that they're getting to. So
9th. On Monday, June 9th, 2008. The first words written to the Orange County Sheriff about the disappearance of Caylee Anthony are a lie. This statement is single-spaced, 4 pages, and during the course of this trial, you have the opportunity to review it, and you will see that it's 4 pages of lies. The patrol supervisors at the scene of the Anthonys that morning, July 16th, now 2008, decided that they needed to call a detective out to the house to follow up in this investigation, to tell the detective what their findings were, at least preliminarily. While they're waiting for the arrival of the detective, the sergeant on the scene, Reginald Hosey, took Casey Anthony on a short walk. There's a cul-de-sac that is 2 or 3 houses down from her residence, and asked her, is this a domestic situation? Is it just a matter of you don't want your mom to have access to your child? And Detective Hosey is left with the impression from Casey Anthony that night that this is no big deal and that her child is fine. At 4 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, July 16th, Detective Yuri Melich, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, first arrives at the Anthony house. He gets a copy, or he reviews that handwritten statement of Casey Anthony, and he asks to speak with her. She talks with him in a room in the house. He ultimately tape records their conversation, and he says, is this true? Do you want to change anything on this statement? And Casey Anthony says, no, sir, no way. This is what happened. I'm telling you the truth. One of the things that she had relayed to the Orange County Sheriff's Office was that she had a phone, another phone that was lost at Universal Studios where she worked, that there were people who were employees of Universal Studios who she had told about this situation. Detective Melich again asked if Casey Anthony could take him to the location where she says she last saw her daughter at the Sawgrass Apartments, and she takes him right back to that same place where she took the patrol officers. He asks if there are other people related to this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez that he could contact in an effort to locate Caylee Anthony. She takes him in the area of another residence, supposedly of Zenaida Gonzalez's mother. No one is contacted, nobody is found. They return to the Hope Spring house with no Caylee. Casey Anthony goes back in her house, and Yuri Melich begins his investigation. And that investigation begins at Universal Studios. Yuri Melich contacts a employee of Universal Studios by the name of Leonard Tutura in an effort to determine where Casey Anthony works, where these other people that she said can be contacted work, how they can be contacted. And Detective Melich learns Casey Anthony doesn't work at Universal Studios. Casey Anthony hasn't worked at Universal Studios for years. These people that she told you were here, they don't work here. So Detective Melich, with the assistance of his supervisor, Sergeant John Allen, and another detective by the name of Appy Wells, made contact with Casey. The first contact is made by Detective Melich over the phone, where he calls Casey Anthony and says, you work at Universal Studios and this is the information, verifying what she had told him before. She's like, yes, absolutely, of course. Yes, you're right, that's it. He knows it's a lie. Maybe they all have it wrong. Maybe if Casey comes out to Universal Studios, we can clear this all up. Maybe we're not getting the names right. Maybe I wrote it down wrong. And she is contacted and agrees to come out to Universal Studios. So Detective Melich is there with Leonard Tutura, and John Allen and Appy Wells go to the Anthony house, pick up Casey Anthony, and she accompanies them to Universal Studios. She directs them where to park, just has idle chit-chat with them on the way, and they get to the security gate at Universal Studios, and she's denied access. They're suggesting she doesn't work here. They ask her for her identification. She tells them, I forgot it, I don't have it. Leonard Tutura, who's there with Yuri Melich, allows them to come in anyway. And there, Casey Anthony is supposed to show them the office where she works and where she lost her phone, or where there might be some information about Zenaida Gonzalez. And you will hear testimony that Casey Anthony walks with purpose through that security gate and heads towards an administration building, walks in, and true to what we've seen, or you will see during this case, is at the end of the hall. And she puts her hands in her back pocket and smiles. All right, I don't work here. Detectives Allen, Wells, and Melich then speak with Casey Anthony on tape in a conference room at Universal Studios, where she admits to them that she's been lying to them about working at Universal. Because that's the lie the evidence will show they caught her in. She will not waver at that point from her story about the nail. So in an effort to find this person she insists exists, the detectives take her from Universal and show her pictures in the driver's license database of individuals with the name Zenaida Gonzalez. She doesn't know any of them. None of these Zenaida.
Just pointing out, we still haven't heard really anything about Caylee at all. Like, what happened to her, right? It's all about what Casey's behavior. It's so far. That's what we're hearing. And we are well into her closing, or opening statement rather. So
Gonzalez's on your driver's license pictures are my Zenaida Gonzalez. At this point, since Casey Anthony admitted to them that she lied during the process of this investigation, she was arrested. And at this point, the investigation, by necessity, takes two different paths. There is the investigation that continued into attempting to locate this person that Casey Anthony insisted had her daughter, this Zenaida Gonzalez. There were tips and phone calls and sightings of Caylee Anthony all across the country, on airplanes, in gas stations, all over the place. Tips that were followed up by members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, local police agencies in different states know Caylee Anthony and know Zenaida Gonzalez. That night, July 16th of 2008, with the permission of George and Cindy Anthony, the Orange County Sheriff's Office seized Casey Anthony's white Pontiac Sunfire. And you will hear testimony from crime scene technicians and ultimately the individuals who evaluated and analyzed evidence taken from that truck during the course of this trial. You will also hear that the trash bag that Simon Birch had thrown out of the car the day before, when George Anthony picked up the Sunfire at the Johnson Wrecker, was located in the dumpster when George Anthony went with a missing persons civilian investigator to find it. Was there something in that garbage that would help the Orange County Sheriff's Office find his granddaughter? George Anthony wanted to know. On Thursday, July 17th, the Orange County Sheriff's Office had one of their cadaver dogs, which you will hear, during the course of this trial is a dog that is specially trained in detecting the scent of human remains. Do a sweep around the car. Deputy Jason Forgy, who has many years of experience in handling police canines and who has worked with his dog Garrus prior to Garrus's recent retirement for a long period of time, took the dog around the car, at which point Garrus alerted, give a trained final alert, which will be explained to you, on the trunk of the car as having the odor of human remains. Later that day, Garrus was taken to the Anthony residence, where, again, George and Cindy Anthony had given permission to the members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office to look in their yard to see if there was any evidence that would help them learn what happened to Caylee. Where was Caylee? And then again, in the backyard, near Caylee's playhouse, Garrus alerted to the odor of human decomposition. Deputy Forgy had asked that another canine handler, this one from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Kristen Brewer, Sergeant Brewer, brought her cadaver dog to the Anthony home. And her cadaver dog also alerted to the odor of human decomposition near the playhouse in the Anthony's backyard. Now you hear that crime scene technicians dug up in the areas where the dogs alerted did not find Caylee. Evidence from the car was also preserved: hair, air samples, samples from the carpet lining the trunk, samples from the spare tire cover were cut and collected.
This is what I'm interested in hearing about, the forensic evidence from the trunk and the car.
Collected in tin cans by members of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Samples of Casey Anthony's DNA, Lee Anthony's DNA, Cindy and George Anthony's DNA, and a hairbrush that was used by Caylee to get a sample of her DNA was obtained. The hair and other debris collected from Casey Anthony's Pontiac Sunfire was sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. And you will hear that the evidence and testimony in this case establishes that forensic science has discovered that there is a distinctive band of discoloration that occurs at the root end of a hair under very specific and unique circumstances. According to these scientific studies, you will hear this artifact occurs only and has only been seen in hairs taken from decomposing human bodies. Of the many hairs that were found in the trunk of the Sunfire, one hair exhibited the classic characteristics that I just described. This supports the prior investigative findings, not only as it relates to the alerts by the trained cadaver dogs, but also the ability of those people who have smelled a dead body before to know what it is. These findings led to the inescapable conclusion that, in fact, a dead body had been in the trunk of Casey Anthony's car. And you will learn that the FBI compared the hair that I just described to hair collected from Caylee Anthony's hairbrush through the use of mitochondrial DNA, which will be explained during the course of the trial, as well as microscopic analysis, and determined through the unique characteristics of the hair that they were indistinguishable from those of Caylee Anthony. The testimony in this case regarding the analysis of this hair will convince you that it was the hair of Caylee Marie Anthony that was found in that trunk. Nevertheless, in order to further establish the nature of the odor emanating from Caylee Anthony's trunk at that point, the Orange County Sheriff's Office contacted an individual who is the leading expert in the field of the biochemistry of the odor of human decomposition. That individual, Arpad Vass, Dr. Arpad Vass, will be testifying for you during this trial. And in 20 years of studying the chemistry of the odor of decomposition, he has spent the last 10 concentrating on identifying the chemical composition of the very distinctive odor of decomposition, of human decomposition. Dr. Vass will tell you that when he opened this can that was collected by the Orange County Sheriff's Office that contained samples of the spare tire cover in the trunk of Caylee Anthony's car, he immediately recognized the unmistakable odor of human decomposition. Now you will learn that his research and others' research into this area is ongoing. And he will tell you about the instrumental analysis that he performed on the odor from the substance, from this piece of spare tire cover taken from the trunk of Caylee Anthony's car. What you will learn is that these compounds are consistent with a decompositional event occurring in the trunk of the car, possibly of human origin. But Dr. Vass will also tell you that during his analysis of those pieces of spare tire cover, that he found something unexpected. His instrumental analysis found the highest concentration of chloroform that he's ever seen. And while he will tell you that small amounts of chloroform have been found in human decomposition under specific circumstances, his analysis of the evidence in this case showed a concentration of chloroform thousands of times greater than he had seen produced by human decomposition alone. The amount that he detected simply cannot be accounted for by human decomposition alone. You also hear that different sections of this same spare tire cover, the samples from it were sent to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Crime Laboratory, and they independently confirmed through separate analysis the presence of chloroform. Upon receipt of this information, the Orange County Sheriff's Office detectives contacted the forensic computer analysts with their agency. You will learn that of the items collected from the Anthony household, one was a desktop computer. The hard drive from that desktop computer had been in the possession of the Orange County Sheriff's Office since July 16th or 17th of 2008. And when this information was passed along to these examiners, based on Dr. Vass's findings, which occurred at the end of August or beginning of September of 2008, the computer analysts were asked to perform a keyword search of the hard drive of that desktop computer for the word chloroform. And you will hear in this case, testimony from Sandra Osborne, who is a forensic computer examiner, that her analysis of the computer revealed searches on March 17th and March 21st of 2008. What you will hear is that internet searches were conducted by a user in the Anthony home using Google. You will hear that on Monday, March 17th of 2008, between 1:43 and 1:55 in the afternoon, Google searches were done on that computer for the words chloroform, alcohol, acetone, and peroxide. You will hear that on Friday, March 21st, 2008, between the hours of 2:16 and 2:28 p.m., Google searches were conducted for, quote, how to make chloroform, quote, how to make chloroform with a different spelling, quote, self-defense, quote, household weapons, quote, neck breaking, quote, shovel. In addition to those Google searches, there were Wikipedia searches conducted on March 17th, 2008, between the hours of 1:53 and 1:58 p.m. for the words inhalation, chloroform, alcohol, acetone, peroxide, hydrogen peroxide, and death. On Friday, March 21st, 2008, between 2:16 and 2:28 p.m., a Wikipedia search was done for the word shovel. Also on that date, there were searches using websites blogspot.com.
Why would someone go to Wikipedia for shovel, though? Like, that's weird.
SciSpot.com, druglibrary.org, instructables.com for these words, quote, making weapons out of household products, quote, chloroform habit, quote, chloroform, quote, how to make chloroform, and quote, chloro 2. You will learn that Cindy Anthony was working on those days and at those times. You will learn on March 21st, George Anthony was working on those days and at those times. And you will learn from the forensic computer examiners that the context, searches surrounding, before and after, these searches were done on that on that desktop computer at the Anthony home, reveal that there could have been no other user making those searches than Casey Anthony. You will hear that despite the mounting evidence that made it more and more obvious as we got into September of 2008, that Caylee Anthony was dead, that the Orange County Sheriff's Office and many thousands of private citizens continued to search for her. These search efforts, you will hear, in many areas were hampered by the passage of time and standing water that was created by Tropical Storm Faye in late August of 2008. Many additional attempts were made to locate this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez. She's never been seen. George and Cindy Anthony held out hope that their precious granddaughter would be found alive. However, on a rainy Thursday morning, December 11th, 2008, the Orange County Sheriff's Office received a call from a dispatcher at Orange County Utilities. The Sheriff's Office at that time was informed that a tiny human skull had been found in the woods off of Suburban Drive. This was in walking distance of Caylee's home and within sight of the elementary school where she would be at this very moment if she were alive. Examination of that scene revealed that the body of Caylee Marie Anthony had been wrapped in a Winnie the Pooh blanket, stuffed into multiple garbage bags, shoved into a laundry bag, and thrown into a littered swamp like she was just another piece of trash. A forensic anthropologist will describe to you that all that remained of Caylee Anthony were her scattered bones, remnants of the clothes that she was wearing, and pieces of the plastic bags that had entombed her. For 10 days, crime scene personnel from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation painstakingly worked on their hands and knees, sifting, digging, resifting, collecting evidence, and collecting the remains of Caylee Anthony to make certain that she would no longer suffer the indignity of lying in a wooded swamp. The evidence, by its very appearance, and you will see hundreds of the thousands of photographs taken in this case, and by its very appearance, you will be able to conclude that Caylee spent many months in that swamp. Roots encircled the blanket, grew through the blanket. They encircled her hair. They wrapped themselves into the bags that she was in, as you have seen in the photograph taken at the scene on December 11th of 2008. Duct tape covered the nose and mouth area of that tiny human skull. The cotton and polyester backing of that duct tape was disintegrating in the harsh environment in which she lay. You will learn that 3 pieces of overlapping duct tape covered the nose and mouth of Caylee Anthony. You will learn that the duct tape was placed on her prior to decomposition as it held the mandible or the jaw to the head. You will learn that the duct tape was stuck in the hair, indicating that Caylee's killer never intended that it be removed. You will learn that the brand and style of the duct tape are distinctive and not widely available. You will learn that the Orange County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant on the Anthony residence late in the evening of December 11th of 2008 and discovered that the gas cans that Casey Anthony took from her dad on June 23rd of 2008 had a piece of duct tape identical in appearance to the tape covering Caylee's nose and mouth. You will learn that a chemist from the Federal Bureau of Investigation determined that the tape was manufactured at the same time using the same methods. You will learn that the duct tape, identical in appearance to that on Caylee Anthony's face, was used at the end of July on a missing child poster of Caylee Anthony. You will hear that the pieces of shirt that remained and the plastic logo that once appeared on that shirt, "Big Trouble Comes in Small Packages," were captured in photos of Caylee and Casey Anthony taken in January and March of 2008. You will learn that Caylee's Winnie the Pooh blanket was missing from her house. You will learn that a Whitney design laundry bag was located in the garage of the Anthony home, and the matching bag was missing from the house. You will learn that upon autopsy, there was no evidence of any trauma to Caylee's bones. And you will learn that the only evidence indicating the cause of death of Caylee Marie Anthony are the 3 pieces of duct tape covering her nose and mouth. The evidence in this case will establish that there is no other reason for the placement of multiple pieces of duct tape on this child's face, mouth, and nose other than the specific intent to end that child's life. As difficult as it may be for anyone to accept that a mother would intentionally kill her own child, from the evidence that you will hear in this case, there is no other conclusion that can be drawn. Caylee Marie Anthony was not kidnapped by a nanny or any other person. No one but Casey Anthony had access to all the pieces of evidence in this case. The duct tape, the laundry bag, the blanket, the shorts, the shirt, the car. No one else lied to their friends, to their family, to investigators. No one else benefited from the death of Caylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee's death allowed Casey Anthony to live the good life, at least for those 31 days. At the end of this case, you will have no trouble concluding that Caylee Anthony was murdered by her mother, Casey Anthony. And at the conclusion of all of the evidence and argument in this case, we will be asking you to return a verdict that reflects the truth of what happened to Caylee Anthony. And that is that Casey Anthony is guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Thank you all for your attention.
I mean, shouldn't she also have said guilty of the other crimes that she's being charged with? Because there's 3 other ones. Anyway, okay, so here's what is interesting. So let me know what y'all's thoughts are. So that's a pretty cool pausing moment, isn't it there? So shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam, who's catching up on 1.5 times speed, and we'll hear this later on when she gets to this point. But so while it wasn't explicitly stated, what I can gather in terms of the prosecution or the state's theory of what happened to Caylee is that it seems like from what they've said, they didn't say this point blank, but it seems like they're saying she was maybe sedated or knocked out with chloroform, right? And then while she was unconscious, there was duct tape placed over her like nose and mouth, right? So in other words, they're kind of saying the cause of death is suffocation. They didn't say that, but that's what they're hinting at, right? Because the cause of death is undetermined, so they can't really say, but because they're saying the duct tape was super important, and that she was still alive when it was placed on her, it's to say that was, so it would have been suffocation, right? I don't know that you can actually die from chloroform. But yeah, so they said the duct tape. So knocked out with chloroform, duct taped over the nose and mouth, and she would have suffocated, right? And then it sounds like they're saying she was buried in the backyard at some point. That's where the shovel comes in. And that's there's the dog's alerting back there. But that then later on, her body was moved in Casey's car, and then that would be the smell in the trunk. So and then placed in the swamp. So that's what I have gathered from the prosecution's opening statements. Let me know what you guys think. And again, what's interesting is that going back to what I had said at the beginning of this video or this live stream, in terms of things that what my thoughts going into this from what I just knew from this case being ubiquitous, right? My understanding was that the thought from the state was that she drowned Caylee in the pool. Like she intentionally drowned her in the pool. That's what I thought this was about. That's not what they're saying. Obviously, they're not saying anything about the pool. They're saying chloroform, duct tape, essentially suffocated, put in the backyard and then moved to the swamp. But let me know if you guys also had that same impression. For those of you who hadn't watched this trial, gavel to gavel, and we're going off of what you just knew. Am I the only one who also thought that the state's theory was that she had drowned Caylee in the pool? Okay, so now on to the defense. So what is this going to be like? Let's take a listen.
Mr. Baez, you may proceed.
Please report. Ms. Anthony. I don't prosecute him. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the defense, I want to thank you for the sacrifice that you've made in your jury service and coming here and helping us see justice. We know it's no easy task, and we intend, I'm sure both sides, on getting you home as quickly as possible once you have all of the information that you need, and not a moment before. We are here, and you had to leave your homes because of an onslaught of publicity that lasted for 3 years. In the middle of sound bites and sensational media coverage, Casey Anthony stands trial for her life. Now, what I'd like to cover with you, I've organized my opening statement into several different ways. I'd like to cover with you what I'm going to go over first. First off, I'd like to tell you what happened.
Sweet, thank you.
We sat through almost 2 hours. There was day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and so on and so on. But no one ever told you what happened.
Right, I had to kind of figure it out.
But today, you will be the first people to know exactly what happened to Caylee Marie Anthony. I will also discuss with you Mr. Roy Kronk. That name was silent throughout the first 2 hours of this morning. And I think you're going to find after I conclude that it's going to be shocking why that name wasn't mentioned to you previously. And what, if any, role Mr.
If you guys hear that clicking sound in the background, sorry for the pause on her face, that is cameras. And so it doesn't go the whole time. It's just, it's like they all go crazy initially when he starts out. But that's what it is. And you'll notice that it eventually, I guess their fingers get tired and they stop doing it.
Kronk will have in your evaluation of the evidence. I think that's very important, and we're going to cover that. After that, I'd like to talk to you about the investigation. This investigation was extremely thorough when it comes to focusing in on Casey. Probably the most comprehensive investigation that you will ever come across and in the history of the state of Florida. It was directed at one person and one person only. Now, the problem with this investigation that you'll find is that it reached the level of desperation. And that's going to be covered throughout my opening statement and my opening remarks. At what point do we stop speculating? At what point do we stop guessing? At what point do we stop being so desperate? Now, after the investigation, I want to talk to you about Suburban Drive. Suburban Drive is the location which is right around the corner from the Anthony home, and it is where Caylee's remains were recovered. And there are numerous suspicious circumstances surrounding that location, and I want to make sure it's brought to light to you. I want to make sure you all understand what was there, who was there, and for how long. And then after that, I'd like to discuss Miss Anthony's car. Now, as you've noticed from this morning, there was a significant amount of time that had to deal with this car. Mm-hmm. And the evidence, or the lack of evidence, or the confusion of the evidence that surrounds this car will probably double, if not triple, the length of this trial. And at the end of it, you may find yourselves asking yourselves, after so much time, is that really relevant? Does it answer the question? Does it tell us how Caylee died? And that's why you're all here today. We're not here to talk about day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. We're not here to talk about how inappropriate Casey acted, her foolish actions. We're here to talk about, and we're here to find out exactly how Caylee died.
I mean, and he's exactly right. And that's what I pointed out, that you had, just like Lally, you had an opening statement from the state where both the victim and, and the way the victim died, like, and just completely absent from the opening statement. And again, like I pointed out earlier, they didn't even start with like the, normally it would be so easy in this case, right? You've got a toddler starting out with a big picture of her and getting the jury's sympathy, right? Like that would be a traditional approach, I would say, of like, look at this beautiful girl, and then talking about maybe a little bit about her life, and then talking about how her life ended. That seems like kind of like a no-brainer. And I think this was a really smart move on his part of coming right out the gate saying, this is about Caylee. And by the way, on the ticker, which isn't up right now, I have on there a thing for people getting the names back switched around. And I'm sure I've already done that and will continue to do it. It's really easy to do because Casey is Casey Marie Anthony and Caylee is Caylee Marie Anthony. And so that's confusing. So anyway, but he's taking the opposite approach of like, this is about Caylee and this is about how Caylee died. So I appreciate that.
And that's the key issue throughout this entire case. You may get distracted by emotion, and you may get distracted by what some might say reaches the level of bizarre. But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget that you're here on a first-degree murder case, a death penalty case, where they want to take someone's life. And that's what we're here for. And you're going to find that this is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is not a case of aggravated child abuse.
Those are the different charges.
This is none of those things.
I don't think he's going to fight.
But you can't be distracted. We all chose you because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You wouldn't be distracted by emotion that would let the law guide you in making a just decision. The death of a child is a horrible, horrible tragedy.
And you know what?
And
that's something the state never even said there was a tragedy, which is wild, right? The state never even said there was a tragedy. They didn't. So right off the bat, the defense is acknowledging the tragedy of the law. I mean, it's, this is why I wanted to cover this, because it's like, this has been a befuddling case for everybody. I mean, again, having not watched the trial, at least for me personally, but of like, how the heck did they acquit her? Even just based off of statistics, right? Because the odds are, I think I have it in the video descriptions, like less than 1%, right? That you're going to get of acquittals in Florida. So it's like, what the heck, right? I mean, but already the jury is supposed to wait to hear all the evidence, right? But we hear attorney after attorney say things like, you want to get the jury on your side from opening statements, right? Because if you can get them on your side, while they're still going to listen to everything, they're going to listen to it from that theory of the case, right? So if the defense gets the jury on their side from opening, they're going to hear all the evidence that the state puts on, but they're going to be hearing it from the lens, or seeing it through the lens of the way the defense is describing it, and will be describing it, and vice versa, right? If the state gets you on their side, same thing. So, I mean, as I'm going through and looking at this objectively, I can see already from the get-go how the defense is doing a really good job, I feel like, so far of, making the right points right from the start, instead of just starting out for like a really long time, just about things that are just that have no context. he's saying this is about Caylee and he's putting the victim first. So, you know.
No one here is going to ever say otherwise. But we have to remain focused. We're not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and to draw in viewers and to sensationalize life. And that's what we're going to talk about throughout this trial, is life. Some of the happy things, but many of the ugly things that come along with life. And that's what this case is going to be about. Afterwards, I want to talk about the forensics. Exactly what reliable forensics you can rely on and what isn't necessarily science, but more like science fiction.
Oh.
And you'll see that throughout the course of this trial as the state reaches that level of desperation. And then I want to conclude with my parting remarks and tell you where I think at the very end of this trial we will end up at.
I think that's really,
Now,
that's smart.
everyone wants to know what happened. How in the world can a mother wait 30 days before ever reporting her child missing? It's insane. It's bizarre.
I mean, and that's definitely
Something's just not right about that.
And I will say that in terms of the court of public opinion and things that I knew going into this and what, you know, my knowledge of this case, right? And I would say the general, again, public opinion is like her waiting 30 days to report her missing, right? Lying about where she worked, lying about the nanny. Those are the types of things where it's like, oh, well, she's definitely guilty, right? And he knows that's what he's dealing with because those things are odd, right?
Well, the answer is actually relatively simple. She never was missing. Caylee Anthony died on June 16, 2008, when she drowned in her family's swimming pool.
There it is. He's giving you a...
You're going to hear that Caylee loved to swim.
I mean, there it is, right? I mean, I didn't even realize until just now when he gave a date. I didn't even realize that the state didn't even give a date. They didn't even give a date of Caylee's death. Just so that's another really smart move. Is it's like we're like first of all, like, yeah, that you need. Here you go, jury. Here you go. They didn't even offer you any of this, right? And that's the thing, is when you start feeling like the defense is giving you more information than the state, you know, again, getting you on their side.
And Caylee could get out of the house very easily and did so on that day. We hear about it every day, or once a week, or once every other week. We hear of a story on the news, or we'll see a little blurb on the newspaper about some poor child who accidentally drowned in the family swimming pool. Well, the reason we're all here is because not of the commonality of this tragedy. Now, that's unfortunately, it's far too common. In fact, in the state of Florida, it is the #1 way that children die.
That's crazy.
Is drowning in swimming pools.
That's crazy.
But what makes this case different, what makes it unique, what makes the reason we're all standing here today is because not of the commonality, but of the uniqueness of the family that it happened to. You will hear stories about a family that is incredibly dysfunctional. You will hear about ugly things, secret things, things that people don't speak about, things that Casey never spoke about. Come with me to 4937 Hope Spring Drive, or as you can see, it looks like the All-American home. In fact, you can drive by any home in the United States and never know what goes on behind closed doors. You never know what secrets lie within. You never know what's going on. On June 16, 2008, after Caylee died, Casey did what she's been doing all her life, or for most of it, hiding her pain. Going into that dark corner and pretending that she does not live in the situation that she's living in. She went back to that deep, dark, ugly place called denial to pretend as if nothing was wrong. And you'll see as the evidence comes in that that is the most likely conclusion of the evidence, that something's not right here. Something's not right with this girl. You've heard some of it today. Some of it may have been shocking already for you to listen to. But what you don't hear, what you didn't hear, is that Caylee was an excellent mother. She took care of Caylee. That child never went without food, without clothing, without shelter.
Now that's speaking to that third charge of child neglect, right?
You won't hear a single person come up here and testify how she was neglected or abused. There's no broken bones. There's no trips to the hospital. There's no moment that would help you determine that this child was abused or anything but loved by all members of the family, especially her mother. The photographs that Ms. Drane Burdick talked about early on, they were all taken by Caylee. Caylee adored her child. And you'll see photographs of her room, of her life, and you'll know that this child was loved, but not for a horrible tragedy, a common tragedy. Are we all here today? You see, this family must keep its secrets quiet. And it all began when Caylee was 8 years old and her father came into her room and began to touch her inappropriately.
No.
And it escalated. And it escalated. What does a sex abuse survivor look like? They wear a scarlet letter. They have a tattoo on their forehead. We could all be sitting next to a person who's a sex abuse survivor and never even know it. These things are kept quiet. And these ugly secrets slowly will come out through this trial. A little bit of a sign here, a sign there, a sign here. And you'll be able to know and see what makes Caylee Anthony behave the way she does. Why did she act as if nothing was wrong? She didn't run. She didn't move to California, New York, and say to her parents, sorry, you're never going to see your granddaughter again. That's the easiest thing to do. Instead, she acted as if it never happened. It never even happened. You hear stories of this Zanny the nanny. It's true. For 2 years, she pretended she had a job and pretended she had a nanny. Is that normal? Is that what normal people do? They get dressed up. They pretend that they're going to work. They have fake emails from work. Well, there was a reason behind this. Something's not right here. And anything Caylee could do to protect her child, she did, including living a lie, making up a nanny, making up a job. That's what Caylee had to do to live. She wanted to live, she forced herself to live in a world that she wanted to, not the one she was thrust into. And you're going to see throughout this case how some of this evidence came to be. For example, when Caylee came home and told her family that she was pregnant, it was to be kept quiet. No one was to know. Why? I hate to say, you'll have to speculate why. Unfortunately, because of the way this case was investigated, we'll never know all the answers. But it wasn't until she was 7.5 months pregnant did the outside world know that Caylee was with child.
Ah, there's that one. Yeah.
When Caylee was about 7 months pregnant, The family went to a wedding. Her mother's brother's wedding. This is her uncle. That's their wedding photo in June. Caylee was born in August. This is Casey, 7 months pregnant. Everyone wanted to know who the pregnant girl was at the party. When Cindy Anthony, Casey's mother, and George Anthony were confronted with this, they both looked at Cindy's brother like he was crazy. They denied. Cindy, who is a registered nurse, said, "Oh no, she's just retaining water." You'll hear other stories, well, oh, she just had a tumor. She was pregnant. There's no denying this. This is a pregnant girl. But yet the entire family wanted to keep it quiet. Why? They hid this child, this beautiful child, in life. You can best believe that they would hide her death. Now, another thing you'll hear.
I think that was a really powerful line, right? I mean, I would imagine that stuck with the jury.
Is when Casey didn't want to hide this anymore, she went to Cindy's job. And in the middle of the summertime in July, wearing an overcoat. Hot summer day, wearing a huge coat to hide her pregnancy. But coworkers saw her. They began to talk. Office gossip came around. And unfortunately, a week later, Cindy Anthony had her come in and announce that she was going to be a grandmother. Something's not right here. This is strange. This is bizarre. This is the life of Casey Anthony. Now, as this case was being investigated, this all came to light. Everyone was aware that they hid this beautiful child like a flower in the attic. They treated this pregnancy as if it never happened. Police got to be a little suspicious, and you'll hear evidence that Casey has a brother, and he too wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. And on certain occasions when he was a teenager, he attempted to also touch his sister, although it didn't go as far. It got so bad that the FBI did a paternity test to see if he was Caylee's father.
So this is interesting because, as you guys may know, or for anyone who doesn't know, just to reiterate, they can't just make shit up in opening statements or anywhere in a trial, right? They can't just make the evidence will you can't just make this up. This means that there's going to be evidence of this, right? And I would imagine there has to be evidence of something that would show that there was some sexual assault going on with her dad. Now, what I will say is, contrary to the Ezra trial, right, that we just finished, what was so interesting about that trial was pretty much all the stuff in the opening statements and closing arguments, but the opening statements in terms of, their theory that Ezra was, sexually assaulted by John Hansen and abused by Jason Mangle and then abused by, by Alex Woodworth and assaulted, like all that stuff, right? The way that they were able to get that in relied on one thing and one thing only, and that was Ezra's testimony. So it's really different if you have, and that's really unusual, right? Where they really are, it's a done deal that Ezra was going to have to take the stand, because everything that they were basing their entire case on was based on what they were going to get in through her testimony, and therefore it's evidence, right? Quote unquote. There was nothing else in the entire case or the entire trial that came in to support any of that apart from Ezra's testimony. But what's different here is Casey doesn't take the stand. So that's the other thing that we can keep in mind when he's making these claims that sound crazy. They can't just be made up, and there has to be evidence to support it. And we know in this case, it's not going to come in from an obvious liar, right? Just like with Ezra, an obvious liar. Well, she took the stand, and so that wasn't very credible. But the fact that Casey doesn't take the stand means there's got to be some other supporting evidence. So we can just keep that in mind.
And when he was confronted with this information, he didn't deny it. He said, we'll talk about it when the time is right. Well, the time is now. The time is now to try and save his sister's life, but yet these secrets, these family secrets still remain locked. You're going to hear all kinds of bizarre family behavior that just doesn't make sense. How parents should stand by their child, but instead are throwing them under the bus, making bizarre statements and accusations. And that's what this case is going to be about. You're going to hear all kinds of interesting behavior from all parties, not just Casey. And once you see some of this behavior, you'll realize that the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree. We are what we are because of who brought us into this world and how we were raised. Casey was raised to lie. This child, who at 8 years old, learned to lie immediately. She could be 13 years old, have her father's penis in her mouth, and then go to school and play with the other kids as if nothing ever happened. Nothing's wrong. That will help you understand why no one knew that her child was dead. That's the most important.
So, you know, her emotion appears to be genuine here and throughout a lot of this when she gets emotional. Now, I will say another thing to point out too, like in line with what I was just saying, remember that, you know, while it's possible and likely that the jurors are watching a defendant when they're, you know, not on the stand, right? When they're just sitting there and watching them and looking at their reactions and stuff. And, you know, one can't help but think that that probably factors in. Again, it is very different than when they take the stand, because remember, when they take the stand, then they are actually instructed to consider their demeanor, their testimony. You know, they can judge their credibility based on anything else, anything that they see fit when they're on the stand. However, that's not the case if they don't testify. So I just wanted to it was something I was thinking about too, because it's like, you know, we always hear about how it's like, look at the defendant, like, again, when they're not on the stand, right? It's like, look at how much emotion they're showing or lack thereof. Karen Reed, great example, right? You know, and judging people based on that. And, you know, again, the jury is not, well, again, you can't help but it, like, while it might factor in, right? Like, you can't change human nature. They are not instructed to base anything on that because they're not testifying, right? Because the evidence has to come from testimony and exhibits that are admitted from the witness stand, right? So if the defendant's not testifying, technically they shouldn't be letting that impact their verdict. Now, maybe their personal opinion, sure, but like the verdict, no. So anyway, I guess another thing to think about too.
Important thing you must keep in the back of your mind is that sex abuse does things to us. It changes you. Some people are fortunate to live with it. Others are not. And in this sad tragedy, it had to happen to Casey.
I mean, she looks like she's actually crying. So there's that.
On June 16th, 2008, Casey was home with Caylee, and so was her father. Early morning hours, the exact time is not known. It could have been early afternoon, early morning. Actually, it was the early morning hours. George Anthony approached Casey and started yelling at her, "Where's Caylee? Where's Caylee?" They began to search the house. They couldn't find her. They searched in the bedroom. They searched under the beds, in the closets, in the garage.
Now, what's wild, guys, remember, for anyone who hasn't watched this trial and you're hearing what we just heard in these opening statements from the defense about the dad, right? Pretty graphic stuff or explicit. right after this finishes, he's the first witness. And his testimony is very interesting, I will say. I was very, there's a lot. We'll see.
Then they went outside.
Sounds like he's getting an exhibit.
This is a mock-up of the Anthony home,
Excellent.
where you'll see
Didn't
they
get
both
any.
came outside. Casey came around to the left of the house. George went that way towards the pool. They have an above-ground pool with a ladder. And we'll talk about the pool and the ladder in just a moment. But what happened next is, as soon as Casey came around this corner and went back, she saw George Anthony holding Caylee in his arms.
He's just telling the jury, here's what happened, and he's giving them visual aids. I mean, you know.
She immediately grabbed Caylee and began to cry and cry and cry. And shortly thereafter, George began to yell at her. "Look what you've done! Your mother will never forgive you, and you will go to jail for child neglect for the rest of your freaking life."
Telling.
She cried and asked for her father's help. And it was shortly thereafter that George did help. It's at this moment that Casey should have been stronger. Casey should have called 911. Casey should have done the right thing. And that's what she's guilty of. She's not guilty of murder. This is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is a sad, tragic accident that snowballed out of control. Her death was covered up. Why did George do this? Why didn't he call 911? Again, if the investigation had gone in a different direction, maybe we'd have the answers to those questions, but unfortunately we don't. We've done our best, and we'll do our best to bring all the information to you, but that unfortunately will go unanswered.
I mean, I feel like he's doing a great job getting the jury on his side, right? We're going to bring the information to you. Already, I feel like we've learned, you know, some of it might be based on, again, right? You know, they have this, they can't just make shit up, right? They have the same facts and evidence. And of course, in Florida, it's an open discovery process. But in terms of actually explaining what happened, you know, the state didn't really explain what happened, right? So if you've got, you know, regardless of who's right or who's wrong, if you've got one side that's explaining what happened based on the evidence, like, you know, that's pretty compelling stuff, I think.
Some things you must know about the swimming pool. Cindy Anthony will testify that on June 15th, as Ms. Drane Burdick mentioned, Cindy Anthony and Caylee went swimming. That was Father's Day. They went swimming until the early evening hours, late afternoon hours. They have a ladder that is on the pool, which they will both tell you they were religious about making sure the ladder was down so Caylee wouldn't get up. They were religious about it. But unfortunately, did Cindy leave the ladder up? Did Cindy forget? Because right about the time they were getting out of the pool, Casey came home. We don't know. We don't know. Is she holding guilt inside of her for leaving that ladder up? We don't know. Again, if the investigation had gone in another direction, we might know. George Anthony will tell you that Caylee used to wake him up all the time in the morning and say, "Jojo, swim, Jojo, swim," and that she can get out of the house in a hurry through the sliding glass doors and get out immediately. And that's why they were so religious about the pool. Now, something extremely odd happens the day after Caylee drowned in the pool. And that is on the 17th, the day after, Cindy Anthony goes to work and tells two coworkers that someone is swimming in her pool. And they're like, of course someone's swimming in your pool. That's what pools are for. Pools are for people to swim in. She says, no, you don't understand. Someone left the ladder up. We're very religious about that. And someone left the gate open. I don't understand. This is June 17th, the day after. This is information that law enforcement had and completely ignored because they had murder on their minds. This couldn't be an accident. That's not sexy enough. We've got some bizarre girl over here lying to us and telling us these outrageous stories, and the media loves it. They're eating it up. You'll find that professional police work took a back seat in this case. And they were more concerned about the public than they were in doing their jobs. The 15th of July, Caylee's reported missing. And immediately, within 24 hours, Cindy Anthony tells Detective Melich, who's the lead detective in this case, about the ladder incident. And it goes ignored. There's no follow-up.
Wow. Wow.
No questions asked. No information gathered.
Ruh-roh.
No forensics. Nothing.
Yeah. If I'm,
It's ignored.
yeah.
They're more concerned with the transport, the alleged transport of the car, than they are of what actually happened. This is a tragedy that snowballed out of control. And they didn't care. Now, what we do know is that George Anthony took certain steps to actually make sure he was as far away from this situation and that Casey would end up taking the blame for this. Why? Well, if Casey comes forward and is lying her butt off, who's going to believe a liar? Especially if they cry sexual abuse. So you'll see evidence, conclusive evidence, that he took actual steps to throw his very own daughter under the bus just to protect himself. On June 20th, you heard Ms. Drane Burdick tell you about Casey running out of gas. Well, what she does do is she does what she always does, and that's go in the shed and take gas from the gas cans. Everybody knew she wasn't working. George Anthony knew she wasn't working, but it's all part of the lie. It's all part of the facade. Nobody cares. So what he does is on the 24th of June, 9 days after Caylee drowns, he reports gas cans missing.
I have to tell you, when I was editing this video, again, I hadn't watched all this before, right? I couldn't believe it when he says this. I was like, what? Like, what? He reported gas cans missing? What? Come again?
He calls the police. Now, this is an ex-detective.
Crazy.
Who knows? When you report gas cans stolen, there's no
my
detective
God.
that's going to come out
No.
and investigate the case because you've got some missing gas cans.
Crazy. It's crazy.
You'll ask yourself when you hear this,
It's crazy. It's very crazy.
who would report gas cans missing?
Crazy, even if you aren't an
Who?
ex-detective.
Well, the answer is George Anthony will.
Yeah.
And the reason why will come to light 6 months later. Caylee's reported missing on the 15th. On the 17th, Detective Wells comes to the house and he asks to look around the backyard. He then searches the shed and asks George, can I take a look inside the shed? No problem. And he doesn't mention anything about this alleged gas can fight that Casey had with George Anthony, where he claims that she wouldn't let him near the trunk, and where, as Mr. Burdick said, here's your fucking gas cans. He doesn't say anything about that, but you will hear from the very first night, George Anthony was telling anyone and everyone who would listen, that car smells like a dead body. Something dead was in that car. But he only did it secretly, not around Caylee, not around anyone. In fact, he took a special trip to the sheriff's office to make sure he could speak with detectives alone, away from his wife, away from his son, and also so Caylee wouldn't hear it. She's already in jail.
Oh, wow.
On the 30th, he tells the FBI about this fight. He doesn't tell Detective Wells on the 17th or the 18th, the 19th, 20th, and so on. He waits for about 2 weeks before ever mentioning these gas cans and mentioning how they were stolen. And the police do what normal police do, and they say, oh, wait a minute. There might be some evidence on them gas cans. So they take the gas cans. And this is a photograph that they took on August 1st of 2008 when they confiscated these gas cans. If you notice the duct tape that's there, the unique brand of duct tape that Mr. Burdick mentioned is right on there. We've all seen duct tape, but it's very rare when you see duct tape with a logo on it. And this duct tape has a unique logo of the company right on it. And that's what makes it so distinguishable. And you will find that when Caylee's remains are found, there was duct tape with the remains. 3 pieces of duct tape with the same brand. And is it a coincidence that the only place in the house, not on the pipes, not in the garage, not on some other, on some kind of repairs that may have been done in the house, the only place in the entire house that this duct tape is on this gas can. Just a couple of inches. But it's on this gas can that was coincidentally reported missing. Is that a coincidence? Or something more, or is there more to the story here? Well, on August 1st, right around this weekend, August 1st, August 2nd, George Anthony is at a Publix passing out flyers of his missing granddaughter that he knows is dead. He's passing out flyers and asking for donations, but a news crew is filming him. In fact, 2 different news crews are there, and he interviews with them. And right behind the donation jar is a roll of duct tape. The duct tape, hidden right behind the donation jar. Mind you, this is first week of August. Caylee has been in jail for 2 weeks.
Right. So, it's funny. During the state's opening, when she mentioned towards the very end of it, when she brings up the duct tape and she says that it was found on a flyer, I thought to myself, wait a second, hang on. I thought everybody's saying that Caylee never helped looking for Caylee, that she didn't put up any flyers, that she didn't look for her. And I also thought, wasn't she also already in custody at this point? And sure enough. So why the hell, what was the state's like, yeah, there's this duct tape on the flyer as if it's going to connect it to Caylee, but it can't possibly, because A, she never went looking for her, and B, she was in custody. And they failed to mention that it was George who was putting up the flyers and using the duct tape. It connects it to him. So when they talk about this duct tape found on Caylee, right? And it matches the duct tape on the gas can and the gas cans in the car and all that. The thing is that there's no connection with the duct tape to Caylee, is what he's saying, right? He's saying it connects to George, not Caylee. And that the whole thing about the duct tape on the gas can, which doesn't, I don't know why there would be duct tape on there, but I guess the idea was because he knew, like what he was saying was he knew, okay, let me back up. So what Jose Baez is saying is that George knew that Caylee would come get the gas cans or whatever. And so I guess he put that duct tape on there knowing it would match, and then again, trying to throw her under the bus. That's sort of what I'm gleaning from this. and then he messed up and he used the same duct tape with the flyers and had it at that, fundraiser thing, without thinking about it or something, I guess.
All you have to do is follow the duct tape, and it will point to you who put Caylee's remains
There it is.
where they ultimately ended up.
So just like in Murdoch, we had just follow the railroad. In this trial, we have just follow the duct tape.
Or maybe not. And that I'll get into in a moment. Miss Drane Burdick told you that the only one who had access to this duct tape was Casey Anthony.
How would that be possible?
Well, that's not true.
How would that be possible? She lived with the family.
That's not true at all. Picture tells 1,000 words. He was at that command center. He was home on the 16th. The only person and the only piece of evidence, the only physical evidence that you will find in this case that connects Caylee's remains to anyone at the home is this duct tape.
Wow. Wow.
And that's why these gas cans become such a critical piece of information and such a critical piece of evidence.
That is wild that that's the only thing.
You cannot deny it.
Wow.
You can see it. You can feel it. You can touch it. This is evidence. And this tells you.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument rather than open statement.
Continue.
You didn't continue.
And this will lead you to the answers that you need.
Wow.
Now, most importantly, you're going to hear evidence that while at this public supermarket passing out flyers of his missing granddaughter,
This is where it gets so much crazier.
George Anthony met a younger woman
This is wild.
by the name of Krystal Holloway.
So
They became close.
let me just, when I first heard this, like, wait, back up. Did you guys catch it? So he's saying while passing out flyers at this fundraiser for finding Caylee, he meets a younger woman, George does. What the fuck?
They started dating, or
Incredible.
they had an affair, whatever you want to call it. He then began going to her house and visiting her. And on one day, before Caylee's remains were found, her name is Krystal Holloway. Here's a photo of her. And they began to carry on this relationship. This is the woman in the circle looking over at George at Caylee's memorial is Krystal Holloway.
Picture of her.
Right around that time, George Anthony sent her this text. Well, he has denied and will deny on this stand that he ever had a relationship with her. But he couldn't get around the guard at the gate where she lived.
Remember when text messages used to look like that?
Because that woman saw him coming and going many times at her home. And Krystal Holloway will tell you that one day they had a conversation, her and George Anthony. And George began to break down and cry. And she asked him, what happened to Caylee? And he said, it was an accident that snowballed out of control. This is before Caylee was ever found. This is while he is out passing out flyers, asking for donations to help find his missing granddaughter. George Anthony carried around this guilt for many, many months. It got to its breaking point on January 22nd of 2009 when he decided to try and take his own life. Fortunately, he was unsuccessful and the police found him. And we never got the answer in his suicide note. Again, a lot of insinuations, a lot of roundabout talk, but no direct answers, no concrete answers as to why he has all of this evidence, all of this information, and isn't telling anyone. I want to be clear about something. Absolutely 100% crystal clear about something. We are not, nor will we ever, say that George Anthony killed Caylee, or that he had something to do with her death. And the reason's simple. It's not true. It was an accident.
Brilliant.
And despite how easy it is to point the finger and say there's something sinister here, and maybe play on your emotions, the fact of the matter is, this is an accident that snowballed out of control. This is not a murder case. This is not a manslaughter case. This is a tragic accident that happened to some very disturbed people. People with significant issues, unresolved issues, unresolved trauma. And while it's been fodder for the media, and these bizarre stories just go on and on and on, the fact of the matter is, it's an all too common tragedy, an unfortunate one. Now, I'd like to talk to you briefly about Mr. Roy Kronk, the name that you did hear during Ms. Drane Burdick's opening statement. Mr. Kronk is the person who found Caylee's remains off of Suburban Drive. And I want to show
So it's crazy that the state didn't talk about him, right? That he's the person who found the body and he wasn't even brought up. I mean, so again, this is like this thing of like, look, we're going to be the ones to give you the information, right? Get the jury on your side.
you right now a brief diagram and the interesting circumstances surrounding Mr. Kronk and his discovery. Before I start, I want to tell you that Mr. Kronk, and again, we are not saying Mr. Kronk had anything to do with Caylee's death, but Mr. Kronk is a morally bankrupt individual who actually took Caylee's body and hid her. And anything that you derive from the scene off the Suburban Drive is completely unreliable because of the actions of Mr. Kronk. There was a $225,000 reward in this case, but it was for a live Caylee. Mr. Kronk didn't read the fine print, and he thought he had himself a lottery ticket. Let me tell you and show you how Caylee was recovered. First of all, the Anthonys live on 4937 Hope Spring Drive. Right down the block, around the corner, there's a wooded area. What's unique about this is it's the closest wooded area to the home. And it is the absolute first place anyone would look for a missing child. The first search party should have been and was probably there. Caylee Anthony was found within 20 feet off the side of the road. She wasn't found in the woods. She was found off the side of the road and was missing for 6 months. Let me give you an example of just how far that is, actually, Mr. Tyler.
This is also brilliant. This is so brilliant. He's going to take a measuring tape and use the distance from like the wall to the jury box to show them just how far. Crazy. Crazy good.
Now you're 4 feet away from the actual wall. This is how far Caylee was from the street, from where you're sitting. And if you take into consideration that there's grass that's about 5 feet, this is how far, if you were mowing the lawn, walking by on your way to school, or walking your child to school, walking your dog, this is how far away you would be. And for 6 months, with thousands of searchers looking for Caylee, hundreds of people off Suburban Drive. Every character with an agenda was down here looking. We had psychic dog handlers. I'm serious. We had a psychic dog handler. We had psychics, private detectives, bounty hunters, search volunteers, police officers. In fact, in October, there was 2 people called 911 because they heard of a screaming child in the woods. So police were dispatched. Helicopters were deployed, and they searched this entire perimeter area. And they didn't find anything. In September, they also searched this area. Volunteer searchers searched that area with a group called Texas EcuSearch. Then in the first week of November, again, they searched this area. Well, police also searched that area, but there are no reports of it. The only reports of searches that we could find were from the Orlando Police Department, not the Orange County Sheriff's Office. But yet, on December 11th, when Caylee was found, the sheriff came out and announced that they were all over that area, and it was probably underwater. So the state of Florida does the smart thing and gets a hydrologist from the University of Florida to come out and conduct a study to be able to show to you how much underwater this area was. Well, it turns out that that place was only underwater for 10 days. The rest of the 6 months, it was completely dry. Well, not completely dry, but it was dry. Now let me tell you about Mr. Kronk and his activities. On August 11th, Mr. Kronk is a meter reader, and he stopped off the Suburban Drive right around here with 2 of his coworkers. And right down the block, everyone was talking about the media frenzy over here. Now, this is August 11th. Caylee's been reported missing for several weeks now. And there are about 5 or 6 news trucks parked outside of the Anthony home, and everyone's heard about this case, especially here in Orlando. One of Kronk's coworkers says to him, you know, this would be a good place to dump a body. They should search here. Mr. Kronk says, yeah, you're right. He then goes into the woods to urinate. And while he's urinating, he tells his friends, hey, I think I see a skull over here. And they start, oh, you're crazy. They start walking towards him and they see a dead snake. And they get so distracted by the snake that they forget about the skull. Mr. Kronk will later be asked, how sure were you that you saw a skull? He'll say 99.9999%. I was certain. On August 11th, I saw a skull. Well, he doesn't tell his friends, forget the snake, come look at this skull. He doesn't come down here and get a news van and say, I found Caylee. Does nothing. Goes back to work. Doesn't mention it again to any of his coworkers. Well, later on that afternoon, Mr. Kronk calls 911 and says, you know, there's 2 little areas that you can go in, and there's one long big tree laying down, and a bit further up, I saw something round and white. Not saying it's Caylee or anything like that, but you may want to check it out. Okay. Officers respond, but they drive by, they don't see anything. August 12th, he calls again. And he talks about a suspicious gray bag, vinyl-like bag. Even the material, vinyl. And he describes an area where someone ran across with a mower, but the weeds are still high, and a fallen tree that looks like someone tried to cut it with a white board. Someone tried to cut it, and there was a white board hanging across. A lot of details he's giving. Well, the police come out again, they drive by, they don't see anything. The next day, they tell him, why don't you come out tomorrow after work and you show us where exactly this happened. Well, he comes out and he meets a deputy. And the deputy's there to investigate a suspicious bag of bones. For some reason, it's not a skull anymore. It's a bag. The skull found its way into the bag. Deputy Kane arrives, and I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about what Deputy Kane said, but he doesn't find anything. Doesn't find the bag of bones. Doesn't find anything. September goes by. October goes by. November goes by. Mr. Kronk has the route of the Anthony home again. About a week later, he calls his son up. He has an estranged son that's in the Coast Guard. And his son will come here and testify and tell you, my dad called me and told me I found Caylee's remains. Watch for me on TV because I'm going to be rich and famous. This is almost a month before he finds Caylee's remains. December 10th, Mr. Kronk, his car breaks down and he has a bill of $1,084. This is significant because he's broke. It's time to cash in his lottery ticket. December 11th, the very next day, he has the route again. As luck would have it, he has to urinate and goes into the same wooded area and finds Caylee's remains. Reasonable doubt is not sprinkled throughout this case. Reasonable doubt lives here throughout the entire case. You will not be able to trust a thing having to do with Mr. Kronk because he had control of Caylee's remains for obviously several months. Where he found her, we do not know, nor will we ever know. And the reason for that is because the police never investigated him.
Crazy.
This was their three-legged pony, and they were going to ride him to the finish line no matter what.
That's brilliant.
Mr. Kronk says that on the 11th, he goes to urinate and sees a plastic bag. Okay, he sees a plastic bag. He hits the plastic bag and he hears a thud. Then he takes his meter reader stick and he lifts the bag up and a skull rolls out. Again, somehow the skull made it into the bag and now a skull rolls out. And they ask him, is there anything else you want to tell us? And he doesn't say, yeah, I called you 4 months ago, 3 times. He doesn't say a word. Now, he may come up here and lie and say, yes, I told them. In fact, he does. He says later on, he says, I did tell the police, but they told me, keep quiet about it. You don't want to say anything about that. That will be what we call a conflict in the evidence, because the police will thoroughly deny that they told Mr. Kronk to shut up and not say a word about calling back in August. Well, several days later, they have to go straighten out this story. They can't have skulls rolling out of bags because, as Mr. Burdick told you, that duct tape to them is the only thing they have. The duct tape that George had. They can't have a skull because the mandible where she was placed was directly underneath in the proper anatomical position. Skull rolling out of the bag isn't gonna end up that way, and they know it. So they massage Mr. Kronk's testimony, and he changes it. He says, yeah, didn't roll out of the bag. I just lifted the bag and it was underneath it. But he clearly says it dropped out of the bag. He's on audio, a written statement, everything. Sworn statements. Sworn to tell the truth. Well, one of the first responding officers, when they arrive to the scene and he's there, one of the first things he says to them is, "Do I still get the reward even though she's dead?" Second statement is, "Will my ex-wife find out about the reward if I get it?" Mr. Kronk's boss will come and testify that when he arrived on the scene on December 11th, Roy Kronk was leaning against his truck, smoking a cigarette. And he turns to him and he says, "Alex, I just won the lottery." The police want Mr. Kronk to stay quiet. They don't want these people getting at him. They don't want the media getting to him. So they ask him, "Please stay quiet." And his response is, "Roy's got to eat too." Sorry, fellas. So what does Orange County do? What does the great Orange County do? They hire him a lawyer and they pay for it. Orange County pays for a lawyer for this man to represent him.
Incredible.
And then he becomes his media agent. And the very first interview that Mr. Kronk gives is to Good Morning America, where he licenses them a photograph of a snake.
Oh my God.
Grab that slide, please.
Wow.
In exchange for this snake photograph,
Wow.
$15,000
I love that it's labeled.
and an exclusive interview with Mr. Roy Kronk, the man
Wow.
who found Caylee's remains. Well, he gets his reward. He gets his interview. He becomes famous. But there's one thing's for certain. You can't ignore any of this. At all. In fact, one of the call from August 12th ended up landing on a detective's desk sometime around late August. And it ended up in front of a detective named Gerald White. And Gerald White will come in and tell you that once he got the tip, he went to the lead detective, Yuri Melich, and he asked him about this tip. Detective Melich looked at it and said, "That area's been searched already." But yet we don't have any records of any police searches. But you're going to hear numerous people saying the police searched there. You're going to hear witnesses come and testify that they were trespassed, told to get out of that area because that area had been searched many times. Where was she? What did Kronk do with her? Why did he place her there that way? And can you trust anything this man has to say? And I would tell you, you can't. You will clearly see that you can't. The bright lights and the spotlight and the promise of fame and fortune took this man to take away all of the answers that you seek throughout this case. We would love to have more than just a photograph of the duct tape with George at Publix. We'd love to be able to tell you more and show you more, but we can't. And one thing you will know is that despite all of the ridiculous, stupid things that Casey did, that Ms. Drane Burdick told you about, there's not one piece of evidence, one single thread of evidence that links Casey to Caylee's body.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
She's dumb enough to leave her on the corner, but smart enough to outwit the FBI, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Orange County Sheriff's Office, OPD, every law enforcement agency that the prosecution could muster up, every alphabet, the Secret Service. They even autopsied the snake. That's how desperate they were. Yes, there was a snake autopsy in this case.
That is something that's special.
They searched for every single thing they could just to try and, well, it's quite obvious. A high-profile case. They had already made an arrest. Casey was arrested within 24 hours of being questioned, when there were clearly signs that something was not right with this girl. Something was just not right. They jumped the gun. They immediately made an arrest. We'll worry about the evidence later. And this is their evidence. This is how they get to where we are today. And this is how they ask you to take someone's life. As I mentioned, they don't even investigate Roy Kronk. They took everyone's phone records in this case, and they never asked for Mr. Kronk's phone records. We filed a motion to try and get him, and he objected. He didn't want anyone looking at his phone records or his cell tower information to determine where he was during these months. And the police didn't want to go looking for it either. They weren't about to do that.
Three-legged pony.
They didn't confiscate his computer. We took his deposition. We asked him, can you turn over your computer to the police? We'll think about it. They did nothing to investigate this man. We found his son. We did.
Yeah.
We went searching for him.
Yeah.
And we found his son, who told us, my dad called me.
Yeah.
They didn't go finding his son.
Spence is bringing you information, right?
My dad told me, watch, I'm going to be rich and famous. They didn't want looking, and you're going to notice that throughout this case. There's certain questions they don't want answered. And they're not going to go looking for them. But they'll line up to sit here and tell you about Casey Anthony and her bad behavior, her inappropriateness. She's not acting right. And that's what this case is about. She didn't act right. They don't ask why she didn't act right. Only that day 1, you heard it, day 2, day 3, day 4. It takes an elegant prosecutor to come up and do these things and get you emotionally riled up. But there's still no answers. The swimming pool incidents, the witnesses, the independent witnesses that will come and tell you about this. There's no getting around them. No getting around them. These are people with no axe to grind. Now, I want to talk briefly about the investigation. I know I've touched on it, but you heard Miss Drane Burdick tell you that on this day, on day 7, Casey Anthony was spotted on video at IKEA, or day 12, she was spotted at the Blockbuster or another place. Day 13, she's at Applebee's. Well, they sure did. They sure did do a thorough investigation on her. But yet they still can't come up with the evidence. This is Sergeant John Allen. He's one of the lead investigators in this case. He's about 5 feet from the road, and he's pointing at Caylee's remains. But yet for 6 months and all of that investigation, no one could find her. Look how close he is. She was placed there to be found, not to be hidden. But unfortunately, she was placed there by Mr. Kronk, and we will never know the answers. Now I'd like to talk about the car. Actually, before I go into the car, I want to finish up on Suburban Drive for a moment. There are 2 videos that you will see. There are plenty of witnesses who will come up and take the stand and talk to you about Suburban Drive and whether it was dry or whether it was not. And okay, maybe you can rely on them. Unfortunately, it wasn't until the defense raised the issue that she was placed thereafter that law enforcement wanted to shut that down. And that was in 2009, a year after, is when they started going to these volunteers and asking them. That place was underwater, right? That place was underwater, right? And of course, all of these everybody who's all riled up about this case and can't stand the inappropriate girl all tell the police the same thing. Yeah, it was underwater. Yeah, it was underwater. But there are two videos that you will see. One from a woman named Gail St. John, the psychic dog handler that I told you about. Right around in early August, she has a video where she drives by the Anthony home and you see all of the media trucks and drives down towards and around the house, around the suburban drive and says, I'm having a feeling. They get out, and she has her dogs walk, and you'll see the woman walking about 30 feet. It's dry, but it's right around the area where Caylee was found. And most interestingly, you'll hear about two private investigators who 1 month prior to Caylee being found were out searching right at the area where Caylee was found. What's interesting is these two private detectives were working for George and Cindy Anthony at the time. This may be a coincidence. Maybe. One of the private investigators, his name is Dominic Casey. He worked for the defense briefly, early on in the case, and then he went off to work for the Anthonys. Dominic Casey will tell you that he was on the phone with a psychic. Actually, first he tells everyone that he was investigating a tip, that when Casey was a young girl, she would hang out in the woods, and that he was out there investigating. Well, the police said, well, wait a minute. Casey's not a young girl anymore. She's 22 years old. Why would you look to see if that's a teenage hangout? And then he changes the story and says, well, I was following up on a psychic tip. Well, it turns out this psychic was introduced to Dominic Casey by Cindy Anthony. It could be a coincidence. But on December 20th, when the sheriff's office decides to issue a search warrant of the Anthony home, one of the first words out of Cindy Anthony's mouth is, I had people search that area and the body wasn't there. That video, you will clearly see the water, the area is dry. Now I want to talk about the car. As I mentioned to you, actually, if you need a break, we can take a break. Your Honor?
Can't see you.
I can keep going.
Members of the jury, you need your break now?
This.
Okay, you can continue.
Go with it. All right.
Incredible. So I think he did that on purpose because, like, again, I pointed out they had to take a break during the prosecution's opening, I think because they were falling asleep. And so I think if I had to guess, the reason, why would he do that, right? Because nobody wants to have a pause during their opening statements. I think it was because he could tell that the jury was with him, and that was a way to gauge it, right? Because if you ask that question and they're like, no, we don't want a break, and they're like, no, we don't want to take a break from this, right? Because he's telling such a compelling story and it's so engaging, they don't even want to break. So I think that's pretty interesting.
The car, as I told you, this car will be the subject of much debate. And you will hear evidence in this case that has never been admitted in a court of law throughout the United States. The air samples that Ms. Drane Burdick told you about. The hair has never been admitted in the state of Florida. The evidence that Ms. Drane Burdick told you about. As well as you're going to hear from a dog. While the dog can't get up there and testify, his handler is going to talk about the dog and what his dog allegedly said or reacted or alerted to. And we're going to get into that when we talk about the forensics. But one of the important things that I want to talk about is everyone talks about the smell of this car. And there's some things you don't know, things you should know. And here they are. June 16th is the day Caylee drowned. On the 20th of June is when Casey runs out of gas for the first time. Now, it's going to be the state's contention that Caylee was in the trunk of Casey's car from the 16th through the 20th. Well, Casey runs out of gas, and she calls her boyfriend up, Tony Lazzaro. And she does what she's always done. Goes and gets the gas cans. They break into the shed, they take the gas cans. Now, Tony Lazzaro's testimony will go unimpeached. And that is, this young man cooperated with law enforcement from the very first day. He refused to speak to us, only at deposition. He wore a wire when the police wanted to investigate Lee Anthony, and he allowed them to bug his phone. He did everything that law enforcement asked. And on this day, Casey runs out of gas and Tony picks her up. They get the gas cans and they go to the car. It's in her family's neighborhood. Well, they pour the gas, and after they're done with one of the cans, Casey opens the trunk and puts the cans in the trunk. 4 days would be obvious, significant human decomposition in the trunk, in the heated trunk of a car, and that car would reek tremendously. But yet Tony Lazzaro doesn't smell a thing. And Casey doesn't go and handle the gas cans on her own. If she had a dead body in the trunk of the car, she wouldn't be calling the people to come out and come smell this car. So she opens the trunk, he smells nothing, and she puts the cans in the trunk. She had a dead body in the trunk, she would have put it in the front of the seat, in the front seat. Wouldn't be opening up so that he could smell, and he doesn't smell a thing. But of course, by the time the cops question him, they don't like that. Are you sure you didn't smell anything? No. Well, maybe you were distracted by the fumes of the gasoline. And that's their explanation. That's their explanation. But the fact of the matter is, he doesn't smell a thing. And this is 4 days after, when he had complete access to that car and was right next to it, didn't smell a thing. On the 24th is when George files that famous police report. And he alleges this fight happens. Even though he doesn't tell anybody until 2 weeks after he reports Caylee missing. He doesn't say he smells anything in the trunk, if you believe that argument ever happened to begin with. On the 27th, Casey is throwing out garbage. This is a picture of Tony Lazzaro's apartment complex. If you can see in the very front of it, there's a dumpster. People who live at this apartment complex must carry their trash to the front of the complex. Casey was staying there, she threw out the garbage. She threw the garbage in the trunk of her car. And like many of us forget sandwiches and leftovers and doggy bags, she forgot to throw out the trash. This is the same day she actually runs out of gas. That's where the smell comes from. This is the garbage from the trunk of the car. It's wet, sticky. And what do the police do when they're done with it? They take it into an air room and they dry it out. So it can't, and you will see, once it dries out, the smell goes away. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done to independently test or verify anything from this garbage. It's destroyed evidence. It's intentionally aired out. But this was in the trunk of the car for close to almost 3 weeks. The car is towed on the 30th. The tow truck driver doesn't smell anything. The tow yard company has to wait 4 days before they send out a notice. Your car is here. We have your car. Come get it if you want it. That would have been the 4th or the 5th of July. The Anthony family should have gotten that notice around the 7th or the 8th. Well, they don't go pick up the car until the 15th. George doesn't pick up the car until the 15th. Why? Why wait a week? They will tell you they didn't see the notice. But yet that car sat there for almost a week after they had notice. Again, questions we will never be able to answer for you. So Mr. Anthony goes and picks up the car. And one of the very first things he does is he starts telling anyone that will listen, my granddaughter's missing. She's been missing. I haven't seen her for 30 days. I found my daughter, but I haven't found my granddaughter. And then he walks up to this car and asks for a witness to open the trunk. And as Ms. Burdick said, he'll come up here and say, oh, please don't let this be my Caylee. And he will say, like he told detectives on numerous occasions, that he smelled a dead body in the trunk of that car. That it's a smell you never forget. Once you smell it, you never forget it. Of course, he's never, nor has anyone else in this case, had trash in the trunk of a car for 3 weeks in the Florida hot sun, so we don't know how to compare it to. But he is certain that what he smelled was a dead body. And what does he do? He doesn't pick up the phone and call Casey. Are you okay? Honey, are you okay? Where's Caylee? Is she okay? He's a detective, an ex-police detective. He knows he's smelling a dead body, and this is a possible crime scene. And what does he do? He gets in the car and wants to drive it home. And then he goes to work, making 0 attempts after not seeing his granddaughter for 30 days, and all of these day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, suspicious activities that Mr. Burdick told you about, doesn't do a thing. He wants to distance himself. Stay away. Have nothing to do with this. What's interesting to you, that you should also note, ladies and gentlemen, is he also had access to this car. He shows up to pick up the car with none other than the gas cans. How'd he know that car was out of gas? He's going to tell you he hadn't spoken to Casey in over 2 or 3 weeks, and that they found out through the notice that the car was there. How'd he know to show up with gas cans? Well, he's going to tell you it was a lucky guess. Why doesn't he call the police? Why doesn't he call Casey to find out if she's all right? Or Caylee to find out if Kaylee's all right? He doesn't do any of that because he knows. He knows exactly what happened and how it happened and when it happened. Questions that nothing the state will present to you will be able to answer. But he knows all the answers and doesn't say a word. Now, one of the interesting things that will happen is you'll hear that Cindy went to work too. Cindy did call Casey, did send her a text, major problems, and we don't know when Cindy Anthony found out what happened, or if she does to today. But there's one thing for certain too, she went back to work. And people were already asking questions about this car because she had to leave work to go get the car. And just like the pregnancy, they were asking questions. And they said, Cindy, you need to call the police. And Cindy says, no, I'll call Casey later. I'll deal with it later. So what does she do? She goes back to her desk and starts to work. It's not until one of the coworkers get the supervisor and make Cindy go home that she has to now confront reality. Just like the pregnancy, you're faced with reality. You heard what Miss Drane Burdick said about Casey. She's walking down Universal Studios. Oh, come here. This is my office over here. Let me walk down this way. And then faces reality. Well, this is the way she was raised. And think about that for a second. She takes law enforcement down this path, down to an office that doesn't exist. This is how this family lives. This is how Casey learned to deal with her problems. And now Cindy has to deal with this problem. So Cindy calls and finds Amy Heisinger and confronts Casey. Casey doesn't know what to say. So you hear her blame the babysitter that doesn't exist, that everybody knows doesn't exist. Or do they? And one of the most important and telling things that you're going to hear when you hear these 911 tapes is not what you hear, it's what you don't hear. There's going to be a time where Cindy, who is hysterical on that 911 tape, she will turn and say, George, Casey says Zanny took the baby a month ago. And you hear dead silence. I want you to listen to that. When you hear that 911 tape and you hear Cindy Anthony hysterical, and when she turns to George and says, the baby's missing, he doesn't say a word. He doesn't say, what? What do you mean she's missing? Who has her? Let's go get her. Nothing. Doesn't say a word. And that's because he knows where she's at. He knows what happened. This is no surprise, but he will distance himself from it. And in fact, in one sworn statement, he says he wasn't even there when Cindy called 911. He keeps wanting to say, I was at work. I was at work. I have any part of this. I'm just George. Just your average grandfather. Casey's the wild one. Casey's the one with all the stories.
That's crazy how that you would remember the 911 call where you report the person missing. Shout out to Random Girl. I just saw your comment. I'm curious how this is familiar. Right. Same here, right? Just hit the national news. Same. I mean, and that's why I wanted to do it, because it's like, it's just one of those things, right? The court of public opinion. I mean, already just from opening statements alone, I don't know about you guys, but I'm like, holy shit, like what we heard or what I knew of is not at all like what, like, how did we not know about the snake autopsy? That is one of the craziest things ever, but like, but even down to the details I gave earlier about like the state's theory of what happened to Caylee, my impression was that she drowned that like she was drowned, like on purpose. Like that was what I thought the thing was. Anyway, but this is insane. Like this is, and I will say also, since I have it paused, I've not wanted to interrupt him because he's got his storytelling is so, he's so good at it. Like he is so good, right? It's just, I feel like it's just, don't want to look away. But I wanted to mention too, that I referenced the Shauna Gardner case earlier, and that I wasn't thinking about covering it because so many other people are, but you know what? Like, I might change my mind on that because he's her defense attorney and he's so good, and from what I understand, the facts of that case are a lot harder. Like, in other words, like he's going to have a harder time. They've got a way more solid case than this one. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with it. But I mean, yeah. So anyway, just happy that you guys, happy that I'm not the only one who never really watched this trial, and that we're going to go through it together objectively and try to suss it out and see, because again, you know, it's so rare, right, when there's acquittals, and especially in Florida, right? I mean, and anyway, y'all know. So, okay.
He's saying this while he's with his mistress who's paying him money, and he's pretending he's working. And that you're going to hear. Krystal Holloway gave him money so he could pretend he was working. Cindy thought he was working. But you're only here about Casey's fake job, not about George's fake job. If we could get the dry erase. I want to touch briefly, and I'm just about to wrap it up, on some of the forensics that you'll hear throughout this case. You're going to hear about the car evidence and a possible hair, one hair. But what Ms. Drane Burdick didn't tell you is the FBI lab analyst was telling everyone, and she'll probably come and tell you too, that she can't say for certain that that hair came from a dead body. In fact, she sent out a request.
I just say real quick to Random Girl again. For anyone who doesn't know, Random Girl's husband is, I think, still in law enforcement. Either is in law enforcement still or retired. I can't recall. And I believe he was or is a detective. But either way, Random Girl, whenever you hear this, I would love, hopefully you can ask him. Would you ask him if he would ever file a police report for stolen gas cans? I'm curious about that.
Request asking to find more hairs. And they did. We hired Dr. Henry Lee, one of the world's greatest forensic scientists, to go in and search that car. And he found 17 different hairs, 17 more hairs. And before you start wondering what is Caylee's hair doing in there, in the trunk of the car, well, Casey's hair, other people's hair was in the trunk of the car. We often shed hairs very easily. None of them, absolutely none of the other hairs, I think there was a total of 27 that ended up being inspected, had what they call the banding, the discoloration. This was a problem for them. So when we went and took the depositions of the analyst, they got a bright idea. They decided to conduct a study. After we took their deposition, they realized that they had something that was not validated, so they did a study of live hairs in trunks, in water, it's exposed to all different elements, and they found they had a couple of what's called blind examinations that showed that there were some characteristics shown from live hairs. This is very questionable. And you will hear that it is rarely, if ever, done on one single hair, this type of analysis, because you need more. You need to be able to be certain. And this hair means nothing. You'll hear about, again with the car, this dog. Well, this dog is retired. No longer works for the police department. But what Miss Drane Burdick didn't tell you, she told you about the backyard, how they came out, the dog alerted, and how they dug there. But she didn't tell you they came back the next day, and the dog didn't alert. There are things called false positives, handler bias that you're going to hear about. And it's interesting that the dog at the very same exact spot wouldn't alert the next day. You'll hear that when this dog went around the car, he broke every rule in the book. He didn't do a proper lineup. There should be multiple vehicles. The police officer should not know which is the suspect vehicle. So that gives you credibility. It lets you know that this is real. This isn't the handler queuing off to the dog, because the dog wants to please its master. These are called tools, and that's what the dogs are. They're just simple tools. There's a confirmatory test that must be done. And the dog, he knew exactly which car it was, and you'll hear conflicting testimony with whether it was one car or two cars. He's the only one that says he searched two cars, that they were side by side, while the other detectives and the CSI people will tell you it was just one car. And the most telling part about this dog is they took this dog out to Suburban Drive after they had finished sifting and collecting all of Caylee's remains. There were still several bones missing. And you will hear that, knowing that there were remains at this location, the dog never alerted. The reliability of this dog is questionable. I'd like to question the dog, but I can't. I'd like for you to hear it straight from the dog's mouth, but that's not possible. None of that's going to be possible. And the reason is that a dog should not be testifying in a trial. And let's not test it out in a death penalty trial either. This air sample, as Mr. Burdick told you about Dr. Arpad Vass, a very interesting man. Again, throughout the United States, this evidence has never been admitted in a court of law. And this is an experiment that he conducted, nothing more. An experiment in which you will see flaw after flaw after flaw. It's never been validated. It's never been independently tested. And he can't find a single person in the entire world that would agree with his theories. That's going to be long, drawn out, and boring. But the fact of the matter is that they're getting desperate. Air samples, pure desperation. You'll hear that this scientist is somewhat of an inventor. In fact, what he's doing is he's invented a sniffer machine. It looks like a metal detector, so that he can sell it to law enforcement agencies across the country. And what he's using to determine the chemical composition of human decomposition is this database. Well, it's now being validated in this courtroom. And he holds a patent to that machine. And he stands to make millions, and has an inherent bias by his testimony. You'll also hear that he has some other great ideas, like putting electronic leashes on flies to find dead bodies. And he also claims to be able to find hidden graves with a coat hanger. He's an interesting individual, and you'll get to hear plenty of his testimony.
Radar on flies? Yeah.
Will be highly debated. Now, this is the evidence that Mr. Drane Burdick talked to you about. Where you get this? But I'm going to tell you some of the things she forgot to tell you about. Remember when I told you they spared no expense on trying to investigate Casey? Well, Ms. Drane Burdick didn't tell you that they searched all of her clothing. They did a search warrant on the home. And they took every piece of clothing that Casey had in her closet, and they searched and they did the blue light to see if there was any blood or any suspicious stains. All came back negative. They took all her shoes, every pair of shoes that she owned, and they tested them for soil samples to see if they matched Suburban Drive. Negative. They took textile fibers. Sorry if you can't. I know my handwriting's getting pretty bad there. They took textile fibers that they found off Suburban Drive. They compared it to her car and to their home. No match. They checked the duct tape. The duct tape had no fingerprints. They ran every kind of fingerprinting exam you can. No fingerprints on the duct tape. One of the easiest ways of being able to lift fingerprints is off of duct tape. Yes, the duct tape was deteriorated to a certain extent, but they still tried at the FBI. They also searched the duct tape for DNA. No DNA of either Casey or Caylee. But yet they want you to believe that she had duct tape wrapped around her mouth and was decomposing, completely decomposed, and not a shred of DNA on there. Misspeak. There was DNA on there. DNA from an FBI analyst. They contaminated the duct tape.
Row again.
DNA is so sensitive,
Lies.
so easily attachable, that an analyst in the documents department contaminated the duct tape. And there's also another profile on there who they don't know, a partial profile, someone they don't know. But it's only at what's called one marker. So it's impossible to find who that DNA belongs to. But it is not impossible to exclude both Casey and Caylee. They're completely excluded. There's usually what we call 13 different markers where they test DNA. And unfortunately, this is one, only one. Could be contamination or could not be. But there's one thing for certain. There's no forensic evidence that ties Casey to this. Again, she's too stupid to, she's dumb enough to leave the body off the side of the road, but yet smart enough to leave zero forensic evidence. Something's not right here. Something doesn't make sense. Well, they tested more hairs that they found. They did all kinds of tests. They all came back negative. Negative, negative, negative. The only thing that they are trying so desperately to tie Caylee to is the car. But if we get back to its basics, if we get back to the very basics here, that is, how did Caylee die? How did Caylee die? The car doesn't shed any light on that. At best, it tells you she was transported. But you'll hear some testimony about a lie that George Anthony told, that Casey was driving her mother's car on one occasion, and that George chased her down the 408, which is a highway here. And they asked him for the toll records. They said, you should have the receipts. He said, oh yeah, I'll get them for you. We didn't get them. The investigators had to go get them. And they found out he lied. But he didn't get arrested for lying to law enforcement. At the end of this case, when you go back home and you're back in Clearwater and you're sitting around the dinner table and someone says to you, why did you find Casey Anthony not guilty?
This
You're going to say, well,
this is brilliant. And also, I have to say, I love how he addressed the perjury charges by just simply pointing out that George lied to police and he didn't get arrested.
I was fed a wealth of information,
I love this. This is
like a
great.
V.
This is so good.
All this information came, but it all boiled down to one thing. They couldn't tell me how she died. They couldn't prove this was a murder. They couldn't prove this was a manslaughter case.
I mean, point
There was
blank,
no
though,
evidence of any child abuse. And that's why we voted not guilty.
And I have to say, what he's saying makes sense to the extent also that would also be the reason why the state didn't tell you how she died. Like you as in the jury, right? Or us listening. The state didn't do that, right? They didn't, they just went day 1, day 2, day 3 and all that, right? And I explained what I inferred was them saying how she died, but it was not easy to do. And you had, and it was like it's like you have to intentionally avoid it. You know what I mean? If you're a prosecutor, because that's like the whole point. And again, also really avoided talking about Caylee at all. And so anyway, he's just making a great point. I'll back it up just so we can hear it again, since I paused it to make a comment here. So.
And you're back in Clearwater, and you're sitting around the dinner table, and someone says to you, "Why did you find Casey Anthony not guilty?" You're going to say, "Well, I was fed a wealth of information, like a V. All this information came, but it all boiled down to one thing. They couldn't tell me how she died. They couldn't prove this was a murder. They couldn't prove this was a manslaughter case. There was no evidence of any child abuse. And that's why we voted not guilty." You're going to see throughout the entirety of this case, I'm getting desperate here with this marker, that let me use a color. The prosecution in a murder case is supposed to.
The other thing that's funny is he addressed our very question as to why we're here, right? The reason I'm doing this again is I've said before, like I've been asked by people time and time again, like how come they found her not guilty? And I've always said like, I don't really know. I mean, I can't weigh in on that because I haven't seen the whole trial, But even that is assuming that she should have been found guilty, right? But that's always been the general consensus. It's just really funny because he just addressed the very question that I've had and that everyone has. And he's literally telling us the answer right here, which I love.
Prove their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Not a forced doubt or speculative one, every reasonable doubt. They've got to present to you a case A to Z to prove their case.
Wow. This is incredible, this part.
Well, if the A is George Anthony and saying that he was the last person that saw Caylee, you really can't trust that, now can you? In fact, if you remember the indictment, it says from June 15th, not the 16th. Makes you wonder if they even believe him. If you can't trust George Anthony, and they don't know how she died, because the medical examiner will testify that her death was a homicide, but by undetermined means. They don't know how she died, but they're going to tell you it's a murder or at the hands of another. So if you don't have this, you don't have A, and Mr. Kronk represents Z, you don't even have that. We'll never be able to answer all those questions, and partially because it was never looked into. But the fact remains, this is not a murder case, and this is certainly not a manslaughter case, and there's definitely no evidence of any child abuse. When you've heard all the evidence, we're going to ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. All this aside, as important as some people think this case is, it's not nowhere near as important as it is to Casey. They didn't know her. They didn't love her the way Casey did. They didn't breastfeed Caylee every 2 hours when she was born. They didn't wake up every 3 hours to feed her. They weren't there when she first walked. They weren't there to take care of her. Casey was. And you can never bring Caylee back for Casey. But you can help end this nightmare by sending her home. I'll ask you all, individually and collectively, to render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Well, I just have to
Essentially
say,
Mary?
it's probably one of the best opening statements I've seen, and he's quickly becoming on my short list of favorite defense attorneys. I think that was absolutely brilliant. And again, it's you know, the way he presents it, the state's facts are not good in their favor, like really. But again, part of that is a good defense attorney, right? Because that's why it's going to be interesting, like I said, to see how he does with Shanna Gardner, because there's, from what we understand, a lot of evidence against her that's pretty conclusive. But you know, again, here there's so many problems with like the tampering with the body of the dude who found her, and then the forensics are iffy, and you know, there's a lot. I mean, like he said, reasonable doubt lives here. He says this case isn't sprinkled with reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt lives here. Yeah, I mean, now what I will say is it only gets crazier from here, because George Anthony's testimony and his demeanor on the stand is not at all what I expected. Not at all what I expected. And that's when I started watching this and I was like, oh my God, this trial is insane. It's insane. So yeah, you ready?
Yes.
And when did you marry?
In 1981.
And where did that occur?
Also in Warren, Ohio.
Now, at the time that you met Cindy, were you working as a law enforcement officer then?
Yes, sir, I was.
And in what capacity were you working when you two first met and began to see each other?
I was working as an undercover drug agent with the Sheriff's Department.
And by the way, I just wanted to say where the court feed starts, they missed his first like question or whatever. So in case you're like, why didn't he spell his name for the record? That's not on the court feed. I guess the people were late getting back after the break or something. I don't know, but that's where it starts. So we didn't miss much.
I was employed.
In your time with the Sheriff's Office, could you just describe for us what different positions you held or responsibilities you had?
Well, I had a brief stint as considered an auxiliary officer. I was immediately asked to become a full-time officer, which I did. I was in 2 years road patrol. I advanced pretty quickly to become a detective, and I was working at different times in auto theft. I mean, it was a lot of different things, and homicide. I did a lot of different varied things as a detective.
What's the homicide detective? I don't know. The way he explains it, the homicide detective is kind of thrown in there, which is odd. I've never heard people who are homicide detectives talk about it like that. But what I will say also, just to note, this prosecutor, this is Jeff Ashton, and he is now a judge in Florida.
How big an agency was the Sheriff's Department? Well, is it Warren, Ohio Sheriff's Department, or
It's called the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department.
Trumbull County Sheriff's Department? How big a sheriff's department is that?
At the time that I was employed there, we had a road patrol, or at least a full-size staff of about 110, maybe 112 sheriff deputies.
And how about the detective divisions? How many detectives did you all have?
Somewhere in the neighborhood about 10 to 12. It wasn't a real large agency, but I would say roughly about that.
So during your period as a detective, did you investigate a number of different kinds of crimes?
Right. I originally started out with, as far as, like it says, the auto theft and also like break-ins and things like that. But from time to time, you would be brought into other realms of investigation.
And occasionally even homicide cases, I think you just said.
That could happen from time to time, yes, depending on what was needed and the number of staff that had to be utilized.
Now, during your marriage, were you blessed with children?
Yes, fortunate enough to have 2 children with Cindy.
Okay. And the oldest, could you tell us the name and gender of that child?
My oldest is my son, Lee. He is going to be 29 years old this year.
And what year was he born?
In 1982.
And how about your daughter?
Casey, which she's a female. She was born in 1986, and so now she's 25.
Now, did there come a time during the time you lived in Ohio when you got out of law enforcement and got into another line of work?
I got out of law enforcement for two reasons. My father had asked me to come back into a family-established car business. And after numerous incidents that occurred within the sheriff's department through being hurt on the job, different other things made me change my mind to get out of law enforcement and go back into a family business. That I know, number one, would be more stable. I would be able to provide more for my family.
Now, were you still working as a law enforcement officer when Caylee was born, or did that happen during your second career?
Let me see. Day two. Caylee was born after I had left the sheriff's department.
And you said you went into a family business. What type of family business was that?
My father started a automobile agency back in 1947, so he had been in the business for numerous years.
Did there come a point in time when, so you did go to work for your father then?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when,
Shout out to Dawn. I believe a new squirrel friend. I usually recognize everybody in the chat and in the comments and stuff. It's so funny because as he said Trumbull County, I didn't pause it, but I thought to myself, I'm thinking, how do you know that you're a trial watcher when you hear a county and your reference to the county is, oh, I think there was a case out of there. So to that end, I know there's a case out of there because I recognize that name, but I don't remember what it is, but you might remember since you live close to it. So also happy you're here. Thank you for being here. I also wanted to say too, since I haven't paused, that as far as the defense opening statements go, I have a lot more I could say in terms of breaking down like strategy and also just kind of going through, I had a lot more. I just didn't want to pause it. And, that's why I tried to keep the pausing to a minimum. But if you guys are interested, let me know in the chat or in the comments if you want to break that down further, where we go through it now that everyone will have heard it, or where we can kind of break it down in more detail. Just let me know if that's something y'all are interested in. But yeah, happy you're here, Don. Welcome to Squirrel Crew. Woo!
your father left the business or you left his business?
Oh, my father was sort of in like a semi-retirement when I joined him in 1984. And shortly thereafter, we had some incidents occur between him and I. We decided to part ways. And I believe that was in 1987. I'm roughly thinking about that was probably the time.
And did you decide to basically go out on your own in that?
He had wait a second. Let me back that up. So he had an incident with his dad? Wait, that's weird. If that's what he's saying. Hold on.
Incidents occur between him and I. We decided to part ways. And I believe that was in 1987.
Interesting.
I'm roughly thinking about that was probably the time.
And did you decide to basically go out on your own in that same type of business?
Right. I started to start my own automobile agency, a small used car dealership, and provide for my family, yes.
Used car dealership. I mean, it's interesting, right? It makes you wonder about his history with law enforcement because, again, the way he talked about that was really weird. It's not the way you usually hear people talk about it. And so that struck me as odd. Let me just say, every single thing that comes out of his mouth strikes me as odd. Everything strikes me as odd. There's something up. And like that, the way he talked about his career in law enforcement was odd. But then also like, I don't know, man. We know a lot of law enforcement officers between people in the chat and people that work on cases. I mean, just from trials or people in the Squirrel Crew have family members. And it's like, I don't know, it's just weird, right? And then he goes and starts working with his dad at dad's used car dealership. They have a falling out. So then he opens up his own used car dealership. I don't know. It's just a little bit weird. That's all. A little bit weird. But you know what? It gets weirder.
When Caylee was born, were you still working for your dad or were you on your own at that point?
Caylee had just been born, and it was like about a year after Caylee had been born that I went out on my own, I started another business.
Now, at some point, did you and your wife decide to leave Ohio, where you had grown and lived, and move to Florida?
Dom, let me know if you've watched this trial before, like the whole trial, or if you're like most of us, if not all of us so far that I know of here, which just knew kind of general consensus, mainstream media, whatever was in the news, that type of thing.
Yes, we decided for a lot of reasons. Number one, my parents had retired here in Florida. Cindy's parents also had retired in Florida. And through my job, but the company that I had established was suffering financially. Just a lot of different reasons came into play for us to
The used car dealership failed.
decide, well, the children were young enough. why not go to Florida? I mean, that's somewhere where both sets of grandparents were at. Fresh start. Give us just another opportunity to start over.
Now, during your, pardon me, during your marriage through the birth of your children, did your wife Cindy continue to work?
Cindy had, she started working part-time when Lee was first born to provide for him and be there for him. And she started working full-time, and I know she took some time off a little bit when Casey was born. And she still worked, I can't remember the exact many of hours she'd have been working during the week, something like that, but it wasn't a lot. She took time to help raise our children.
Now, about what were the ages of your children when you all moved to Florida?
Lee was just shy of being 7 years old, and Casey was just 3 years old.
When you got here to Florida, did Cindy go to work in her profession?
Pretty much immediately. She was hired by a orthopedic clinic in Winter Park, and it took me about 3 months before I was employed.
Had you considered going into law enforcement when you got to Florida?
I did go down to the Orlando Police Department and look into being hired by them, and because of having that law enforcement background, I thought it would be an easier chance for me to get reestablished and start having pretty much an income right away.
And did you?
Okay, this is what I don't know what's up with him. By the way, I updated the ticker. I was writing it down so I didn't have to keep editing it during the closing or opening statement. So I just updated it. But anyway, so he's saying, so when you moved to Florida, did you decide to go and get work back in law enforcement? And he's like saying, yeah, I thought it'd be a good idea because, I already had my foot in the door with law enforcement and like blah, blah, blah. But I feel like the next thing he says is really weird. Hold on.
Decide not to pursue that.
Right after thinking about some of the drawbacks of law enforcement.
Yeah, let me rewind that for you guys because this is so weird. This just doesn't make any sense.
Go down to the.
Hold on, let me back it up. He's like saying what it would be such a good idea, and then he's like, no, it's not.
Pretty much immediately. She was hired by a orthopedic clinic in Winter Park, and it took me about 3 months before I was employed.
Had you considered going into law enforcement when you got to Florida?
I did go down to the Orlando Police Department and look into being hired by them, and because of having that law enforcement background, I thought it would be an easier chance for me to get reestablished and start having pretty much an income right away.
And did you decide not to?
Give all the reasons why you would. He said he actually went down there, like he went to apply. It sounds almost like he walked up to the front door, got inside the door, and then turned around and walked out. Is what it's going to sound like. Like this is like you just gave all the reasons why this is a good idea.
Not to pursue that.
Right after thinking about some of the drawbacks of law enforcement and how telling it can be and hard, it's a very hard line of work to adhere to every single day. It's very demanding.
All right.
It is very bizarre.
Was
it is incredibly
your
bizarre.
wife part of that decision-making process?
All right,
not going back in.
I apologize. Yes, she didn't want me to go back in law enforcement because she's seen what could potentially happen. I mean, you could be going to work one day and not come home the next. It's a very tough position, very professional.
Obviously, who doesn't know that? I mean, and they would have known that before when you were doing it. I don't know.
At some point, did you get into the private security field?
Yes, I was hired by the city of Orlando and started working at what was considered the Centralplex at the time, with the Orlando Arena, Bob Carr. What was that?
So he doesn't
And
open up
in
another.
the years leading up to the events we're going to discuss, did you work in that field pretty consistently?
Pretty consistently. It's unfortunate that from time to time you lose a position or you have a chance to move on somewhere along, and you make some decisions to go into another line of work or get back into something that you know. And yes, I did some more security work, yes, over the years.
That's a weird answer.
And did Cindy continue to work in her nursing profession?
Yes, Cindy has been very fortunate. She's only had 2 positions of employment since we've been here all these years.
Now, did there come a point in time when you learned that your daughter was pregnant?
Yes, I did. I think it was like May or June of 2005.
How did you learn that she was pregnant?
My daughter and my wife set me down in our living room and said they had something to tell me. And first hearing about it, extremely excited. extremely excited to be a grandfather, to see my daughter be a mother, but also concerns about, how she's going to raise this child because she's a single mom. I never really thought too much about who the father could be. That was a discussion I wanted to have maybe a little bit later. I wanted my daughter first to be happy, to get through the pregnancy fine, to enjoy that special time of becoming a mother that I thought was very important.
Now, you kind of touched on this a little bit. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, your daughter was not married at the time. As far as was she?
Yeah, Casey's never been married.
All right. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was she involved with someone where you would sort of assume that that person was the father?
Well, I really wasn't sure if Casey, I know Casey had dated at different times over the years, but I really wasn't sure about who she was maybe seeing on a more serious basis or anything like that. No, sir.
So, how did you and your wife begin to prepare for the arrival of a grandchild?
Oh, just doing everything we can to make Casey's life as easy as possible for our grandchild. Getting a chance to go to different times when she was going to be examined. Went through the ultrasound.
Did you go?
Oh, absolutely I did. And when I got a chance to see that it was considered, I think it's called a pancake, I think it's the term, or something like that, of when you can see it's going to be a girl.
Okay.
Maybe that's not the proper terminology, but I was very excited. I mean, if having a grandson would have been terrific, but just knowing that she was going to be a mother and not to be grandparents, it wouldn't have mattered. She could have had 3 or 4 children at once. It would have been fine with me. I just was excited.
At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was Casey living under your roof?
Casey has always lived with us, yes.
Now, was she in school at that time? The time you learned of the pregnancy? Or had she already finished high school?
She already had finished high school.
To your knowledge at that point, was she working?
She was working for a company called Color Vision, which is a subcontractor for Universal Studios.
Right. Was it your understanding that that was one of those companies that take your picture when you walk in the front door and then offer to sell it to you
Yes.
later, that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right. So during your preparations for this, was there any question among the 3 of you as to where Casey and your grandchild would live after she was born?
No, I mean, we opened up, she's always lived at home, and we thought that would be not thought, but we knew that having Caylee with us, or knowing that our grandchild could live with us until Casey got more established, better on her own, possibly job promotion or whatever it might be, she would stay with us until the time she felt that she wanted to leave.
Now, you mentioned home. Where was home?
Home is 4937 Hope Spring Drive, where we've lived since 1989.
Since when?
Since 1989.
89. And was that a house that you all purchased? Did you purchase it actually before you moved to Florida or sort of early on?
Cindy had came down to Florida to see her parents, and when we decided we were going to be moving down here because of my work at the time and through other things, I couldn't get away. Cindy basically came down and looked the area over, found a realtor, found a home, and what they say the rest is sort of history. That's the home we settled on.
And is this a home in which you raised your children and were intending to help raise Caylee?
Oh, yes.
Could we show the witness State's Exhibit AN for identification? If you'll look at the screen for a moment. Do you recognize the photograph that we've identified, State's Exhibit AN for identification?
That is our home at Hope Spring Drive, 4937.
That's the one you've described to us where your children were raised and
Yes.
where Caylee was to be raised. This time, Your Honor, State would move into evidence State's Exhibit AN for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objections, it will be received in evidence as State's Exhibit numbered.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Now, this, during the time that you were assisting with the pregnancy and waiting for your grandchild to come around, did Casey continue to work?
Casey worked up until I think it might have been about at least 2 or 3 weeks prior to Caylee being born. I might be off maybe a week or so, but at least it's in that that short time period.
Tell us about Caylee's birth. Where were you when you found out? I'll try and help you with this. Where were you when you found out that it was time?
We were, Cindy, Casey, and I were all at home, and Casey had been starting to become a little bit ill, or she was showing signs of possible labor. I mean, she was throwing up. You know, she had some other small.
Started becoming ill? Sorry, what he's describing sounds like when someone's just becoming pregnant, right? Like morning sickness. If you're like, oh, I don't know, someone doesn't know they're pregnant and it's like, oh, they're becoming ill, they're throwing up. He's not describing and this is just so weird. Y'all.
Issues that made us think, okay, maybe this is something that's going on. That's something we
Having some issues? You mean like having a baby? I don't understand, man.
need to look into and get her some assistance. So we took her up to the
What is happening?
to the hospital, and
Mother of God.
I think in a few short hours, you know, the doctor was called in, her pediatrician, and
You mean her obstetrician?
obstetrician. I'm sorry,
That's okay.
Obstetrician,
Oh my
yes,
God.
and the lady helped her bring Caylee into the world.
Oh, he got them.
Were
like,
you
shut
actually
these-
there in the delivery room, or did you have to
This
wait
is so
outside?
weird.
Oh, I was in the delivery room. I was in the
Very good.
delivery room for my own two children, but also be in there for Caylee, which was, to me, not only amazing, but also embarrassing to a point.
Sure.
It's
And
weird.
if I might say that there's sometimes in your life as a father, there's some things of your child you don't want to see again, growing up. But you know something, it's just an experience that it's just,
Oh my God. Why were you in the
it's
room?
hard to put into words. It's just how elated you are and how happy you are to see your own child give birth to
That
another
is so
child.
weird.
It's just amazing.
And was the birth, was Caylee okay?
Caylee was fine. I mean, there was a little complication here or there, but it wasn't anything that the doctor couldn't take care of, because the doctor was right there the whole time, and other nurses and things like that. So it was well taken care of.
Now, during the pregnancy, at some point,
According to
was
him,
the
she was ill. So are you sure she didn't have the flu? Is that the complication?
subject broached about who the father of Caylee was or was thought to be?
I can't remember if we exactly talked about it prior to just Caylee being born or right after, but I know then it was brought up because, yeah, I wanted to know, because I feel it takes two to make this child, and this father needs to be made aware of that he's going to be a father, and
Really?
we could possibly
It takes two to make the child, really? I had no idea.
be, and you know, it'd be great to meet him and see what his obligation would be. And I felt whoever the father's needs to have an obligation for the birth of this child.
Did you have an occasion then to meet the person that, at least at that point, was thought to be the father?
There was a name brought up that Casey believed could have been the father. All I remember is the last name was Baker, I believe, and that was about it. But if I can take another step forward,
Sure.
Casey also had been seeing another gentleman who had been employed at Universal Studios by the name of Jesse, that I got to understand and get to know that he could have also been the father. So he was, you know, one of
Okay.
two guys possibly.
Now, when did you first meet Jesse?
I met Jesse for the very first time on the day that Caylee was born. That had been August 9th. Of
How did that
2005.
go?
Not very well, truthfully. I mean, I was elated to be there to see my daughter, to see my granddaughter, but Jesse did not make the best first impression with me.
All right. Now, after Caylee was born, did she and Casey return to your home?
He probably
Yes, I
thought you
think
were a weirdo.
it could have been the second day or maybe third day. I think it was the second
Essentially.
day.
And did Jesse become, at least initially, part of sort of the family group with Caylee as an infant?
Right. Jesse, we pretty much opened up our arms to him and welcomed him in and
So this is
wanted to get to know him.
this is him trying to act like they know who the father was, which apparently they don't, because it's been hinted at that potentially it could have been George as the father of Casey, but that there was more suspicion about the brother because, like he said in the opening statements, and again, you can't just make shit up. He said that the FBI even did like a paternity test or whatever for the brother to see if he was Caylee's dad. And I'm sure we're going to learn more about what that's about because he's going to testify and that's going to be crazy. So anyway, but this is the only way he can try to act like somebody else was the father is by talking about this Jesse guy.
More and just, if he was the father, I would just be happy to get a chance to know him and see what his dynamic was going to be as far as how he was going to take care of Caylee and Casey, or at least help take care of her.
You said he didn't make a good impression on you.
Did there come a point when it was learned through certain scientific testing that Jesse was in fact not the father of Caylee?
Right. I'm not sure about how long after Caylee had gotten home, Casey and Caylee had gotten home, that Jesse went and got a paternity test done.
As Caylee grew, what was your role in her upbringing in her life?
I'm just her grandfather. I probably acted sometimes maybe like as a father with her because I was around her every day or nearly every single day. And to me, that was pretty awesome to have known my daughter.
For anyone who's like weighing the plausibility of him sexually abusing his daughter, if he's saying that he really treated her more like he was her father and he's around her every day, then that doesn't bode well, does it, for Caylee?
Daughter there, but also to have my granddaughter to be around. That's just, on a scale of 1 to 10, you have to give that probably a 20 or better because it's double the excitement.
Stop.
Now,
so weird.
what role did Cindy take in raising Caylee?
Oh, just being a great grandmother. Helping any way she could, help babysit from time, or take care of Caylee from time to time. Same way as I did. Cindy did it more frequently than I did because of my work schedule, but to be a fantastic grandmother, help provide for Caylee in any way that she could or I could.
As Caylee began to grow and be able to speak, did she have names for you and Cindy and other members of the family?
Well, Caylee started calling me JoJo, and I know how probably JoJo came about because my daughter Casey used to call me Papa Joe, and that happened to be through another friend of hers that we just became very close with over the years. But JoJo was just probably easy for Caylee to say better than Grandpa, or grandfather or something.
So you were JoJo.
I was JoJo.
How about Cindy? How did Casey?
What grandkid runs up to their grandfather and calls them grandfather? Grandpapa, grandfather, like what the fuck?
Cindy became Cece, or possibly Grammy sometimes, but mostly it was Cece.
Now, taking us now up into 2008, the winter, spring, early months of 2008. Tell us how Caylee had developed. In other words, what could she do? How advanced was she physically, mentally, etc.?
Well, not only I'm just a bragging grandfather.
Sure.
You have to know if she can
we'll
use
take
a
it with a grain
ladder.
of salt.
But she was a very vocal child. She could put a lot of words together. She could, we have a remote on our TV. She learns how to do that. There was another little button she could push on the TV to get it to change channels, which I thought was amazing. She could turn on the VCR, put her own DVDs in. Oh my gosh, she knew to go inside of our pantry area and get the plastic jar of peanut butter. We had the small one, and go get herself a spoon, have her come over and ask you to open it up so she could have a spoonful of peanut butter. Puzzles to go together, the way she'd bring crayons to you to color every day and make Play-Doh little things for herself. You name it, she could do it. And I knew from working with her, or from us doing things with her, she was a very bright child. You would sing a song with her once, she could sing it next time with you, which to me was just amazing.
So in terms of physical dexterity, she was able to open drawers, open doors, things of that sort.
Oh, right. There would be no thing that she couldn't accomplish. We've seen that. We put the proper security plastic knobs on doorknobs and stuff like that because, yeah, she could She could open things up for her age. She was really something.
Now, in the early summer, late spring, early summer of 2008, did you believe that your daughter was employed?
This is weird.
That's a sort of a two-part answer for me.
Sure.
Yes and no.
Bro.
Okay. Explain that for us, will you?
I always wanted to give my daughter the benefit of the doubt of working and providing for her own daughter because she was a single mom. But at different times, and I would question about her money or things like that, how she was providing for Caylee.
Okay, let me stop you for a second because I don't want to go too far afield of this, but what was it that she told you about her employment, let's say in May and June of 2008? What was it that she told you about?
Well, that she was still employed by Color Vision. She's moving on as an event planner, I believe, through Universal Studios at the time. But also she was starting to work a part-time job at Sports Authority, not too far away from our home.
And as far as the Universal Studios job, did you believe that she was actually working there in May and June of 2008?
I was wanting to believe that she was working there, yes, because, she still had a Universal ID. Every time I would be talking to her and asking her prior to me going to work, are you going to work today? Yeah, I've got something going on at Universal. I'm doing this event planning and things like that. So, yeah, I was believing and hoping that she was working there, yes.
Did she have a routine reflective of someone going to work?
Pretty much so. I know she worked a lot more like a early afternoon to an early evening type shift. You just went at 1 or 2 o'clock and may not come home till like 8 or 10 o'clock at night. It could vary. I know working in event planning that she had explained to us, sometimes you could work just during that particular event that you're scheduled for, which could be 4 or 6 hours long. So I just took it as she was there for that period of time, yes.
What did she tell you? Well, at this point in time, let's say May and June of 2008, was Cindy working with your wife?
Yes.
What was her work schedule?
Cindy was Monday through Friday. She could be leaving the house anytime between 7:30, 8 o'clock, and she would work till 5, sometimes 6 o'clock in the evening. Could be a little bit later, but generally that was her general work schedule, Monday through Friday.
How about you during that same period of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
And were you working the same Monday through Friday schedule as Cindy or different?
No, I worked Sunday through Thursday. I was off on Fridays and Saturdays.
Now, during the periods of time when Casey, you believed, was at work, and you and Cindy were both at work, did she indicate to you who was watching Caylee?
Well, there was a name that was brought up, and I don't think it was maybe a year prior to all this stuff occurring from us. I think it was probably just shortly after the first of the year that I can basically remember. A girl by the name of Zanny's name was brought into it, or I guess the name came out later on as Zenaida. But that's what I was told. So this lady was taking care of Caylee's. His name was Zanny.
That she was a babysitter when you and Cindy were not available.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention, to June the 16th. Well, before I do that, could we have State's Exhibit A? Let me unpublish first. You recognize that picture?
That's Caylee. It's my granddaughter, Caylee.
This time, Your Honor, move into evidence State's Exhibit A for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objection, it be received in evidence as states numbered.
Do you know approximately when this was taken in terms of its proximity to the last time that you saw her?
This would have to be probably the early part of 2008. I'm just going to guess somewhere in that January to March, April time. I'm just taking a wild wild guess, probably in that first quarter of 2008.
Does this
Taking a wild guess?
fairly inaccurately depict
Then objection speculation. I'm just taking. I mean, I know why they're not objecting because it's just a disaster. But my God,
her appearance the last time you saw her in terms of general appearance and hair and all those kinds of things?
Generally, yes, it does. I mean, she could have her hair back from time to time. She could have glasses on. It just, but this is definitely Caylee.
Now, take us to the morning of the 16th of June of 2008. It was a Monday morning. Tell us how that morning began for you.
With me waking up probably about the time that my wife had just left for work or going to work. Me getting up and having my normal cup of coffee. Just starting my day off a little bit early like I generally have. And having Caylee come out and be able to spend some time with her.
Was that a normal course of events for you to have some morning time with Caylee?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there would be times that
listen to the
after
way
she'd be in Casey's room with her, she would come out and I'd take her. First thing is to make sure that she would freshen herself up, brush her teeth, go use the facility around.
use the facilities. What is she in custody? Use the facilities. Also, I had paused it at a really appropriate time. You would take her to use the facilities. Also, if there's any substance to the essay claims, that's also not good, is it? Take her to use the facilities? What? What is she, an inmate? I don't understand. But also, there's no shortage of weirdness coming up ahead.
She needed to do because she was starting to do that. And just,
Facilities,
maybe wash your face off and just say, hey, this is how you want to go with JoJo and get some cereal and things. So that was the start of our day. That was pretty much not an everyday occurrence, but it was pretty regular.
And is that how it went on this particular morning?
Oh, absolutely. It was a great morning to just
oh my God,
have some fun together. Her and I act silly and dance around and watch a video or whatever it might be. So
oh my
color.
God.
What was her favorite video? Did she have a favorite?
Oh my gosh. Lady and a Tramp was a fantastic video for her to watch. 101 Dalmatians that she called Dalmatians. There was just a lot of different things that just captivated her that she loved. I wish I could remember more right now, but those two I know she watched quite frequently and enjoyed the most.
Now, this particular morning, do you recall when you first saw Casey?
Probably could have been about 9, 10 o'clock that morning, roughly right around there, her just getting up and getting her day started and just, I can't remember exactly what she did to get ready that day for work or something like that. I know it was to me, it was a lot of precious time for me to spend with Caylee. So whatever Casey could have done that morning, been on the computer.
Okay, all right, we're gonna back this up and remember what the question was. This is one of the most disastrous answers I think he had. Well, I don't know, it's one of them, right? It's a tough one to pick. So I believe we're gonna hear it again. I believe the question was just, when did you see Caylee? Or sorry, Casey. See, it's so easy to confuse them. Hold on, let's see.
Oh my gosh. Lady and a Tramp was a fantastic video for her to watch. 101 Dalmatians that she called Dalmatians.
That's cute.
There was just a lot of different things that just captivated her that she loved. I wish I could remember more right now, but those two I know she watched quite frequently and enjoyed the most.
Now, this particular morning, do you recall when you first saw Casey?
You recall when you first saw Casey?
It could have been about 9, 10 o'clock that morning, roughly right around there, her just getting up and getting her day started and just, I can't remember exactly what she did to get ready that day for work or something like that. I know it was to me, it was a lot of precious time for me to spend with Caylee. So whatever Casey could have done that morning, been on the computer.
Oh my God.
Whatever she was doing, I'd let her do her thing, because when you got time with your grandchild, your own child sometimes takes a back seat to that.
Why? That is.
Did anything Was it just a normal morning? Anything out of the ordinary occurred? Anything different than the usual mornings that you had?
An absolute train wreck. What the fuck?
Not really anything I can really say that really stuck out at all. I just know that I was just so thankful to have time with Caylee, talking to Casey. I'm sure we had a conversation about work or something. I don't remember the specifics about that aspect of it, but I do know that it was, when people talk about a typical or routine morgue.
Red flags are all over this testimony from start to finish, and we haven't even gotten across yet.
Morning before they went off to work. Probably just one of those typical times that we all sort of just take for granted sometimes.
Wow.
All right. So, did there come a time when Caylee and Casey left the house that day?
That is something that is forever in my mind, that I can't forget that day, because that's the last day that I saw Caylee and Casey together. I was watching a specific program on TV. It's on the Food Channel on our one of our local cable TVs, and this gentleman who has this show called Drive Up Diners and Dives.
That's not what it's called. It's called Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. And honestly, that says a lot about him, right? That he likes Guy Fieri. But I know it's called Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. She gets the name wrong. I mean, he's probably the only Guy Fieri fan, if I'm saying the last name right, on the planet. Y'all let me know in the chat if you've ever seen that show and what you think about it.
I've just been amazed by his stuff. I just like him going around. But what's really just amazing is,
oh my God.
I remember the time because it was a commercial break on TV, and I remember Caylee coming out from Casey's room, dressed in a nice little pink top. She had her blue jeans, little short.
If anyone's just so confused and baffled by his testimony, which is understandable. Why you're like, why the fuck is he talking about that? He had to give an example as to why he knew exactly what time it was, and he was, it's just that. That's all it is. How did you know what time it was? And then you have to be like, oh, here's the reason. And then he's talking about this show. I mean, it is what it is. Take what you will from it.
On her white sandals, pink socks, her white sunglasses, her hair pulled back, and she had a little backpack on. And I said, where are you going? And she says, going with mommy. And I said, oh, really? I said, where are you going? I'm going to see Zanny. And I said, really? Great. I'm just excited. I'm just knowing that she's happy, and I can see excitement in her.
The thing about that part is that if that's true, if that's what Casey said, Caylee, oh my God, it's so easy to get them confused. If that's what Caylee said, who knows, right? But if you imagine a little kid saying that, oh, I'm going to see Zanny, that's like they're seeing somebody that they know and they've seen before, right? And you can't have what was she, 3? Something like that. I don't think she's lying. You couldn't train her to lie. You know what I mean? So, but what's interesting is we know that she couldn't have been going to go see Zanny because there is no Zanny. So I think he's making that up to try to give credibility to the fact that I think he's trying to make it seem believable that they weren't concerned about this nanny, because that's going to come up. The thought of how come you guys never asked to meet the nanny? How come you never saw the nanny? Blah, blah. And to make themselves look like they aren't potential murderers or, whatever, things with children, all kinds of things, right? Potential issues, right, with this family. In other words, I think that he's trying to give any credibility to the fact that it could have been believable that Zanny existed, because it just doesn't make any sense, right? Because we know there is no Zanny. That's one of the only things, again, I don't know much about this case in terms of the actual facts of it, but we know that he does not exist and that there wasn't a nanny. So it's really impossible that Caylee would have said that. It's impossible that she would have said that with any name, because there was not a nanny. There wasn't a nanny even by another name, right? So
a few minutes, Casey comes out and, dressed. And she says, Dad, we're going to work. I might be home late, or I'll let you guys know I might be staying over.
Staying over where?
She said, probably Zanny's house, because Zanny was I guess, lived somewhere close by, or she didn't want to come home too late. And plus Caylee would be in bed between 8:30, probably 9 o'clock. And I said, okay, it's something that happened every once in a while. It wasn't an occurrence that occurred all the time. It could be every once in a great while. She would stay with a friend or stay at Zanny's house or something like that. So
Up to this point in time, had you ever met Zanny?
no, I never met Zanny, never had
There is no Zanny.
any reason to, because I
There is no Zanny. She
thought
doesn't
that's
exist.
who
It's not possible. Oh my God.
So
Caylee was seeing.
you told us about the conversation with Caylee and with
Oh my
Casey.
God.
What happened?
I went out, like generally like I did when I could see them going off to, when seeing Casey going off to work and walking out with Caylee and seeing Caylee getting placed in the car, getting buckled in her car seat. Just a normal type stuff that I did. I'd blow her a kiss and say, Josie, I'll see you later. And she'd blow a kiss back and give Casey a hug. And just told her, drive safe, make sure you come home, not too late, just normal father, grandfather type things to do.
And did you see them leave in a vehicle?
They left in Casey's car, which is a Pontiac Sunfire.
That's a white Pontiac Sunfire.
Yes.
Did you ever see Caylee again?
I've never seen Caylee since June 16th. I haven't seen her since.
We already answered.
Now, Mr. Anthony, I need to ask you some questions about something else. Have you ever sexually molested your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Have you ever
And by the way, just a heads up, guys, I'm going to have it do a silent, like a replay where it zooms in on Casey's face here in a second.
committed any sexually inappropriate act with or in the presence of your daughter, Casey Anthony? Committed any sexually inappropriate act with or in the presence of your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Were you present in your home when Caylee Anthony died?
No, and when I heard that today, it hurt really bad. Because if I would have known something would have happened to Caylee, we wouldn't be here today.
Now, let me just ask you a couple of questions. When you were a law enforcement officer, were you trained in CPR?
Yes, sir.
Is there any extent that you would not have gone to save Caylee's life?
I would have done everything possible, humanly possible, to save my granddaughter. If what was stated prior would have happened, I would have done anything I would to save my granddaughter.
Did you dispose of the body of your granddaughter?
No, I did not.
Did you obtain duct tape from your shed or garage and place it over the nose and mouth of Caylee Anthony?
No, I did not.
Did you have any role or any knowledge that Caylee Marie Anthony died on June 16th, 2008, prior to recent revelations?
No, sir, I never had any duct tape. I never knew of anything that happened to Caylee until our life started to unfold on July 15th, 2008, and when Caylee was found on December 11th.
He just gave a different date.
Your Honor, I have no.
He just gave a different date. And they said, in the opening statements, they said he would do that. And he just gave a different date. Did you guys catch that? He just said June 15th. And just a couple questions ago, when he was asked the last time he saw her again, and I said, that was a weird answer. He said, I haven't seen her since that day, June 16th. And now he says June 15th. Honestly, even if you aren't supposedly ex-law enforcement or an ex-homicide detective, like he's supposed to be, even if you're just a regular witness, that date is a date you should not be getting wrong for so many reasons. Like either A, you should just remember it, or B, you should have practiced it, or C, have it written down on your hand. I mean, that is crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
No further questions of the witness at this time. I would like to reserve the right to recall him for additional areas of testimony.
Cross-examination.
Get ready for this one.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out your daughter was pregnant?
I believe it was sometime in May or June of 2005.
So she was 7 months pregnant when you first found out?
6, 7 months, it could have been right around that time, yes.
Do you recall going to a wedding that was Cindy's brother's wedding?
I went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but I did not attend the wedding.
Were you ever confronted by Rick, her brother, about Casey's pregnancy?
We had a brief discussion about it, but I told Rick it was none of his concern, none of his business. Whatever was going on with Casey would be handled through Cindy, and we're there for Casey.
He just said he was going to say it would be taken care of, and then he stopped himself. Yikes.
You don't have to worry about it.
Yikes.
So is it your testimony today that you knew she was pregnant and you just didn't want him to know, or you didn't know she was pregnant at the time?
I didn't have an exact knowledge of the time that she was, when I found out that she was pregnant, I didn't have that exact knowledge at that time. Did I have a feeling? Possibly, yes, no. But no, I mean, I did see a change physically in Casey, but nothing that
Oh my God.
I know that Cindy and I weren't going to, help her with or attend to.
So the photograph that you saw here today, you don't believe?
Reference to an item that's not in
Yes.
evidence.
Yeah.
Show you what is marked offense exhibit A.
Oh God, there's a really good
Counsel
one.
on display items to the jury that aren't in evidence.
Mr. Baez, if it's not in evidence, you may.
Oh, Judge Belvin
Is
gets
that a
that.
fair and accurate representation of Casey when you went to the wedding?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I did not attend the wedding. I was there, but I didn't go to the wedding that day. But as far as that being Casey and Cindy together, yes.
Explain.
Judge, unless there's any objection, I'd like to move defense exhibit A into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Object to counsel moving that to evidence.
Sustain.
We'll call him back for that.
Cross the sidebar.
And a sidebar. First one of the trial.
So we can all be clear,
Just a
Mr.
second. No,
I'm
just a
sorry.
second. You may proceed.
So we can all be clear, Mr. Anthony. Did you know your daughter was pregnant the day the photograph was taken?
Not exactly. I mean, I had a feeling that she was, but then again, like I've stated, until we knew for sure, until we could take her in for some kind of test or something like that.
You mean a pregnancy test like you can get at the grocery store? What?
So the answer is no?
Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, do I feel, does it look like it at that point, that photograph? Yeah, possibly.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you, did you know if your daughter was pregnant the day that photograph was taken? Your answer is no?
No, not exactly, no.
And you were a father of two.
Not exactly.
Yes,
And you were a father of two when that photo was taken.
yes.
And is it your idea that your daughter had a beer belly?
I think the term was considered at one point maybe retaining water, something like that.
What?
It's possible. I mean, I didn't believe that my daughter could be going to have a child right at that time, but
Pregnant? Oh my
stuff
God.
happens. I mean,
Oh
it's,
my God.
Did anyone know that Casey was pregnant when that photograph was taken? Anyone outside?
Hearsay basis.
Sustain.
Did you tell anyone at that time that Casey was pregnant?
no, not at that time. I did not know.
And when you were confronted with her pregnancy, you didn't want to talk about it, did you?
The first time I heard about Casey expecting a child is when Cindy and Casey came back to our house and we sat down on the couch together, or very close to the proximity of our couch in our house.
Oh my God.
And Casey and Cindy told me that they have something that they wanted to tell me about.
And you didn't have a clue that Casey was pregnant up until that moment?
Like I said, maybe a feeling or an intuition to a point, but when they told me, I was elated. I was excited.
You have no problems with your vision, do you, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And was there an explanation given by your daughter lived with you, did she not?
Yes,
Every day?
every day.
And you saw her every day?
Pretty much so. I'd say probably 99% of the time I would see her, yes.
And 6 months prior to that photograph being taken, did you see her retaining water then?
Well, I really don't believe that you see a person or a woman.
Oh God.
Each woman is made up differently.
Oh my God.
Each woman is going to show a pregnancy
My
differently.
question to you, sir, is 6 months prior to the photograph being taken,
Every woman is different. Stop.
did you see your daughter retaining water then?
6 months? No, did not.
Have you, prior to Casey being pregnant, had you ever seen her retaining water prior to that?
When Casey was younger, I know she put on weight here and there when she was involved with athletics and things like that. Casey was a very athletic young lady growing up.
And when she was younger and putting on weight due to being in athletics, did the weight gain in her stomach or elsewhere?
Stomach, it could be in her hindsight or her butt. Some people would consider it.
Her hindsight. Her hindsight. That's not a body part. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It could be in her shoulders, and she would work out. And
It doesn't make any sense what he's saying anyway, that she would just gain weight everywhere. I mean, I understand, yes, can you gain muscle during, yes, but we're talking about, you guys saw the pictures. We're talking about like an area, like in the stomach. No, I'm sorry. Like you might gain muscle, but you're not going to gain like a belly. Like it's just not, but also hindsight though.
it would sort of go away. She was an avid runner.
Sorry, this is stupid.
So as she was an avid runner, she would gain a belly.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
I'm saying through her activity, if she shouldn't be running as much or being as active, I think anyone is going to put on weight with inactivity.
So you're saying the
Now,
opposite? Oh my
You
God.
mentioned that you were in the delivery room. Is that correct?
Oh
Yes.
boy.
And you assisted in the delivery?
No, I did not assist. I was there and observed my granddaughter being delivered.
Weird.
And you didn't know who the father was up until that day?
No, I did not. Did not know that.
You didn't ask?
Not up to that point I didn't, because when I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, Casey was expecting a child, and we went through the different tests, and we went.
My question to you, sir, is did you ask?
I think it was shortly thereafter, or right around, maybe just before she had delivery. I'm not sure of the exact time when I finally did ask. And I remember a name of Baker was brought up.
So the answer is yes, you did ask.
Yes.
Now, how soon after finding out that your only daughter is pregnant did you ask? Who's the father?
I don't know. It could have been, like I said, just prior to her delivering Caylee. I'm not really sure. I don't have an exact timetable. You're asking me to be specific.
Just a second. Please let the witness finish answering the question before there's another question.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Now, after you find out your daughter's going to be giving birth to your first grandchild, how long after did she give birth?
Well, if I just found out in May or June, we had, Caylee was delivered in August. So it was over 2 to 3 months, give or take a few weeks.
So in the entire 2 months, you never stopped your daughter and asked her, who is the father of this child?
Sustained.
Yes, asked and answered.
You didn't ask her up until just before the child was born?
Sustained.
The day after,
I think I missed it.
or the day you were confronted with this news, did you hold a party or anything like that?
No, just
Give a baby shower?
Mr. Anthony, did you answer the question, sir?
The day that I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, when I first got the news of Casey's pregnancy, and it was only Cindy, Casey, and I
Have a baby
at our
shower.
house.
I mean, like everybody does that, right?
Now, you testified under direct examination that you thought your daughter was working. Did you not?
Yes.
I realize I
Do you
missed
recall speaking to the FBI on July 31st of 2008? Excuse me, July 30th.
I had spoken to the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, numerous agents, a couple different agencies within a
You would remember the
2 or 3 week
FBI
period.
though, sir. They wear shirts with FBI on them.
And when you spoke to the FBI, did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her,
Just a second.
Sure.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
Yes, I'll rephrase the question, Judge. On July 30th of 2008, do you recall speaking to an agent,
The objection was
Scott
taken.
Boland, and an agent McEllier?
If that was the date that you have written down, that's probably the date that I did. I can't be specific on a timetable because I don't have information in front of me, but I'm sure that probably was
Page
the date.
35, counsel lines 1
Yes.
through 4.
I love
Did you
it.
make the
More than-
statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her,
Just a second.
I don't believe it is, Judge. Lines 1 through 4.
When you give the line and page, give counsel an opportunity
Lawyering.
to find the line.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Becky.
Okay, next question.
Things are heating up on my
Did you make
counter.
the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her, I've had a feeling for the last 2 years, my daughter has not worked. Did you make that statement, Mr. Anthony?
I did. I did.
You know, it's a lot like with Ezra
So-
lying about being in college when she wasn't and stuff.
Was the statement you made under direct examination to this jury the truth, or was it to the FBI the truth?
Objection, improper cross-examination. I defer to argument.
approach?
Approach.
I knew it. I knew it. I'm like, oh, I can feel this one.
Now, Mr.
coming.
Anthony, you believed your daughter was working.
Yes, I believe Casey was working, yes.
And every 2 weeks, did she come home with a paycheck?
No, I never really saw a paycheck from her because if she had a direct deposit or however she handled her finances, that was up to her.
Oh my God.
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Pardon me?
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Well, hopefully for necessities for her daughter, gas for her car, insurance to insure that car. I mean, we were very, very good about helping Casey out in any way we possibly could if she was struggling financially or anything like that at all. I mean, we just wanted to make sure she was responsible for herself and her child.
Non-responsive.
And
Non-responsive.
since you were wanting to find out that she was responsible for her child, when did you ask to meet the nanny?
Excellent question.
I never asked to meet a nanny. I never did.
And did the nanny ever call the house?
No, they're good. Very good.
Not that I am ever aware of. No.
Did you
That's something, again, like asking to meet the nanny. I don't know that, like, if you're a grandparent, I don't know if that would happen. But the nanny calling the house, definitely, because that's where the mom and the daughter lived.
ever
Right?
hear the nanny speaking to Casey on the phone?
No.
And did you ever see photographs of the nanny?
Too.
No.
Did you ever see anything written describing a phone number or anything like that? Any information about the nanny?
No, just whatever Casey told us about that she had someone that was helping take care of Caylee when her mother and I weren't available to.
And every day she would get up get dressed, and go to work, and drop Caylee off with the nanny?
That's what we were told she was doing. I mean, I had no reason really at too much of at any point not to disbelieve or believe my daughter. I mean, she was taking care of her child the best way she possibly could.
Is that a
I
yes?
will say
Well, I think
that right there flies in the face of the child neglect charge, right? The third charge. She was taking care of her child the best way she possibly could. All right, well, no to that one, right?
an open-ended question there to a point, and I'm trying to answer it the best way I possibly can.
Okay.
I mean, did I ever know that she was dropping
My question to you,
Caylee
sir.
off every time, sir? That's what you're sort of asking me.
My
I don't
question
know.
to you-
I was hoping she was taking her to someone she described or told us was a nanny.
My question to you, sir, is did she get dressed and go to work and leave the child with a nanny, as far as you know,
As far as I know, yes.
for 2 years?
It might not have been an exact 2-year period. It could have been a little bit less than that. You know, I'm not really known how long that she might have been.
A year and a half.
He doesn't have
Possibly a year and a half. Could have been a year. I'm not really sure.
It's the timetable.
So you don't know the different,
It's the timetables and the hindsight, guys.
you know, Caylee was only 2.5,
Yes.
correct? So for most of her life, Casey dropped her off at a nanny that didn't exist.
Objection, false or speculation, hearsay.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Sustain.
For 2 years, Casey dropped Caylee off at a nanny that you never met.
Maybe not a whole 2 years. But to answer your question, yes. Someone that I never met, someone I had never had a phone number for or had any indication to go to pick Caylee up or anything like that.
For most of her life.
For probably maybe a half of her life. I'm just going in a roundabout way. But actually to answer your question, Caylee, when Caylee came up missing,
You know what?
Caylee
I'm sorry, I have to agree. He is going about it in a roundabout way.
was 2 years and 10 months, not 2.5. So that needs to be clarified, sir, with you.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did you ever go to a sports authority to verify if Casey worked there?
Absolutely, I did, yes.
And you found out she wasn't working there?
I found out that she was not employed there. Because I went to go surprise my daughter at lunch.
Just surprise her?
Yeah, to take my daughter to lunch, just to see how she was doing.
And it
Yes.
had nothing to do with the fact that you suspected she was not working?
That was a twofold thing, yes, to see if she was there. And if she was there, great, terrific, I'll take her out to lunch.
So which was it? Was it because you wanted to surprise her for lunch, or you wanted to verify and see if she was lying to you?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustain.
Are you saying, sir, that both of those were the reasons? Is that what your testimony is?
One, hoping that she was working there. Secondly, if she was, I would take her out to lunch.
Now, the Sports Authority was not Universal Studios.
No, it was not, but I understood from Casey being an event planner, again, they do not run these events every single day. She can
My
only
question
be.
to you, sir, is Sports Authority,
I'm trying to explain.
Sustain. Listen, folks. Ask the question. Let there be a break between the answer, Mr. Anthony. The court reporter cannot take it down when both of you are talking. And if a witness is being over-responsive, counsel say the witness is being over-responsive. But do not interrupt a witness when the witness is attempting to answer the question. You may proceed.
Sports Authority is not the same as Universal Studios.
I will agree, yes.
Now, did you ever go to Universal Studios to inquire if your daughter was working?
No, I did not.
I want to discuss June 16th of 2008. Do you understand?
Yes,
You said you had breakfast with Caylee.
yes.
Caylee would often have breakfast with you.
Numerous times, yes, we'd have breakfast together. Yes,
Caylee loved to swim,
yes.
and Caylee would almost go swimming every day.
More, she would go as frequently as I know that Cindy would take her or Cece would take her. I rarely ever got in the pool with Caylee unless Cindy and I were there together with her.
Caylee would wake you up and say, "Jojo, swim. Jojo, swim."
She did a few times, yes.
There, it's like he's trying to distance himself as if he was never alone with her in the swimming pool, which, I mean, that could be for a number of reasons that he's saying that. But, you know, why do you need to say it though? Like, again, it's the over responsiveness is really, it's only red flags. I mean, it's not just over responsive just in general, but it's like he's saying things that are like, oh man, you guys know what I mean, right? It's just obvious that there's issues.
And Caylee could get out of the house relatively easily, correct?
Relatively easy, I'll agree with you to that, yes.
Now, around June 16, 2008, you were having significant marital problems with Cindy, were you not?
Not on that particular day, no.
Let's go back for a little bit. Once Caylee was born, you moved out, did you not?
Objection. No.
Approach.
My God.
You may proceed.
Now, when Caylee was born, you moved out.
This is one of the best parts.
No.
Around that time. How many months before you moved
One of the
out?
best parts.
November, towards the end of November, first part of December 2005.
Sorry?
Towards the end of November, the beginning of December 2005.
So Caylee would have been just a few weeks, a couple months old?
If I'm not mistaken, from August to December could only be almost 4 months.
I'm sorry?
From August to December could be almost 4 months or going into like a 5th month.
She was an infant when you moved out.
Yes, yes.
And Lee also moved out.
Lee was out on his own, trying to establish himself as a young man in the world, just trying to get out to be on his own, to have some responsibility.
And the issues with you moving out of the house.
Weird. See, that answer is so weird. Does he think that kids are supposed to live at home when they're adults? Like, why do you have to explain that though? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, do you think they're supposed to live at home forever? I don't understand that.
Was because Casey didn't want you around.
No,
that correct?
No, that wasn't the reason. That wasn't the reason.
What were the reasons for you moving out of the house?
Cindy and I had some financial difficulties. We were going through a really tough marital time, and that is a personal matter between her and I. And that's not for the court or you to decide. I'm not on trial here for that.
Okay, I'll table that thought. But having said that, if you're having difficult financial times, why would getting a second place to live help with that?
When you told Cindy you had a gambling problem, correct?
I'd done some gambling on the internet. Yes, sir. That's well established, and I'm not going to deny that. I did it.
Now, did you tell the FBI that it wasn't a gambling problem, that you fell for some Nigerian bank scam?
There was a Nigerian bank scam and also some minor gambling that was done on it. So, I mean, I didn't lie to them. I told them the truth. I'm telling you the truth today.
So it's both. You were gambling and you fell for a Nigerian bank scam as well.
And I believe there's other people that have happened to. Yes, sir, it did. Yes.
Nope, you are literally the only one. And also, who had Nigerian bank scam on their bingo card?
And when you moved back, the tension between you and Casey continued.
Not really. There was some tension because I had moved out of the house, but it wasn't because of prior tension between Caylee and I or Casey and I or anything like that. I mean, Cindy and I were going through a rough time. It happens. But as far as when I came back to the house, things were a lot better because I didn't just come back all of a sudden. It took months for me to gain some confidence back with Cindy and our marriage and stuff again. And it's something we're still working on today.
Now, going back to June 16th, after you had breakfast with Caylee, what did Caylee do then?
Oh, we watched a DVD. I'm almost positive we did. As far as which one, I can't remember specifically. But just spending time with her, coloring a coloring book was something we did pretty much an everyday occurrence.
And
just spending time with her.
And it's your testimony that both Casey and Caylee left the house at 12:50.
12:50 or shortly thereafter, yes, sir, positive. I know that for a fact.
And what time did you go to work at that day?
Shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:10, 2:15. I only had about a 10-minute drive to go to work, and I just lived a short distance. I worked a short distance away.
Now, you described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Caylee was wearing that day.
Yes.
And that was a pink top?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And jean shorts?
Yes.
And white sunglasses?
She had white sunglasses. Yes.
And a backpack with monkeys on it. Is that correct?
When I first was asked the question by the state, I just said a backpack, but yeah, it did have what I believe was a monkey design on it, yes.
What did Cindy wear that day?
I have no idea. I can't remember what Cindy wore that morning because Cindy would leave sometime between 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
What's Cindy wear?
She was very professional wearing it. Could have been a pair of slacks and a top. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
This is a great question. And you know
Follow
what?
the list to that question.
Great question.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
It's worth asking. It's good.
Again, it could have been slacks. It could have been a dress.
Oh my God.
A nice top. I don't know. I don't know what Cindy wore the next day.
She
Now,
was
you weren't asked about what Caylee was wearing for 1 month after she went missing, correct?
You're going to have to give me a little bit more of a question here for me to give you an.
Nobody asked you what Caylee was wearing the last time you saw her until July 15th, 2008, 1 month after you last saw her.
That's correct because I didn't know that we would be having a missing child
That's the
in our lives and be thrown into this. I didn't know anything about that, but I specifically know what she wore because that's the last time I saw her and that's what she had on.
And you had no idea when you saw her for the last time that would be the last time you saw her.
That's correct.
But yet, 1 month later, you still remember what she was wearing.
So the reason this is great is because either way, the defense wins this one because either he's lying about what she was wearing because he was making shit up to make himself seem credible to the police, right? Which would be completely possible because he wasn't asked about it until, or she wasn't reported missing until like a month later or whatever, right? So like, how would you know then? How would you didn't know it was the last time you saw her, right? Or he does remember what she was wearing, but he remembers it because he was, had something to do potentially, or I guess he witnessed the accident, right? And then covered it up, or whatever. So either way, the defense wins here.
Sustain.
Did you remember 1 month later what Caylee was wearing?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustain.
But you can't recall what your wife was wearing.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustain.
Do you remember what your wife was wearing last Tuesday?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustain.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you reported gas cans missing on the 24th of June, right?
Objection. Scope of direct. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Is that a yes?
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yes, you can answer.
On June 24th of 2008, yes, I made a report to the Orange County Sheriff's Department about a break-in of a shed. Someone forcibly broke into a shed and removed gas cans.
And you did that because you were concerned that someone was burglarizing your shed.
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustain.
Mr. Anthony, you knew Casey would take gas from the gas cans, did you not?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustain.
Mr. Anthony, when you got the gas cans back from your daughter, how did that occur?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustain.
Mr. Anthony, did you ever notice any duct tape on that gas can?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct. Could we approach?
Yes. You may continue.
Mr. Anthony, you testified today that Caylee did not drown in the pool, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that when you heard this today, we would not be here if that were the case. Do you remember saying those words?
Yes, sir.
But you've heard this previously, have you not?
Okay. If I'm,
Was the question is phrased?
yes.
Okay. Now, and you've heard this previously from several different areas, do you not? Did you not?
No, sir, just one area.
You've also heard from the prosecution that that's how Caylee died. Did you not?
Objection.
Yep.
You may. Objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Anthony, you met yesterday with the prosecutors in this case, did you not?
Yes, for a brief period of time, I talked to Mr. Ashton, yes.
And you spoke to Mr. Ashton about your testimony here today.
Briefly, yes, we just discussed how I would be basically questioned by the state, by him, and there was no exact questions or anything like that. We just went over a generality of things. Yes, sir.
So you were prepped and
No, sir, I was
ready to
not
go.
prepped. No, that's a misconception. I was not prepped. I was just told that I'd possibly, or it looked like I'd be the first person called, and that we would talk about my granddaughter, and we've done that.
I mean,
How long
I
did you?
think that he wasn't prepped because he was a disaster. I mean, if they prepped him, he didn't do a good enough job.
Meet with Mr. Ashton?
About an hour, roughly. I'm just roughly guessing.
And he told you the questions he was going to ask you?
No, sir, I already answered
Just
that.
a second.
Objection as well, Mr. Court has instruction on this issue.
He's answered the question, so objection overruled at this point.
When I asked the court to inform the jury of the instruction I'm referring to, since been raised. I said since this has been raised.
Now,
Just a second. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court at an appropriate time in talking about judging the credibility of witnesses, the court will instruct you it is entirely proper for a witness to discuss their testimony with their attorneys prior to them coming into court, and that a witness should not be discredited by talking to an attorney. Instruction will read exactly: it is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about the testimony the witness would give if called into the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may continue.
you currently have a lawyer, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And within 24 hours of reporting Caylee missing, you had a lawyer then by the name of Paul Kelly, did you not?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled at this point.
Mr. Paul Kelly is a workers' comp attorney. I did seek his advice when this first occurred because I had no one else to turn to. And with him having legal knowledge, yes, I did, but I did not retain him. He was there just as, we brought him in as a friend to help us through the first hour, the first few days, whatever it's going to be. He was never, we'd never retained him. He was there just to counsel us through something, help us go in the right direction if we needed some kind of assistance.
You sought legal advice from him within 24 hours of calling law enforcement, did you not?
We had Mr. Kelly to our house the day that we first met you at our house. If I am pretty much on point with that.
My
Prior to
question
that,
is-
I never talked to Mr. Kelly.
you sought legal advice from Mr. Kelly. Is that a yes? I didn't ask you when.
Okay, I will answer that yes right now.
And that was within 24 hours of calling the police in this case.
It possibly could have been within a 24-hour period. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll say yes at this point.
And then after you mentioned he's not a criminal defense lawyer, then you retained a criminal defense lawyer subsequent to him, did you not?
You may. Objection sustained. Next question.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you stated that you never had any duct tape. Is that correct?
I didn't say anything about duct tape.
Are you aware of the
Oh my
duct tape
God,
that's
hold on.
involved in this case?
The way he just said that, we have to watch that again. Holy crap. That was, oh my God. That's like cartoonish, you know, like a cartoon character. Hold on.
Objection sustained. Next question.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you stated that you never had any duct tape. Is that correct?
I didn't say anything about duct tape.
Are you aware of the duct tape that's involved in this case?
I was made aware of it some time ago. I can't the exact nature of how I got to have knowledge of duct tape. I could have seen it on the internet or some discovery that was left out there. I'm not really sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure of the exact timeline. I mean, I understand that there was some duct tape that's part of this trial, part of this case.
You sat right over there while I gave my opening statement, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
So you know exactly what I'm referring to, do you not?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained, you can ask them about duct tape, but you can't ask them about your opening statement. Opening statement is not evidence. Next question.
You understand what the issue is, correct? You've seen the duct tape that we're referring to?
Yes.
Now, you told Mr. Ashton that you never had any duct tape. Were you in possession of that duct tape?
I don't remember that duct tape, whatever you're talking about, I remember that being exactly at my home. I mean, I've had tapes and stuff for many years. I mean, I've purchased duct tape at different places. I'm not...
Henkel brand duct tape.
Counsel interrupting the witness.
Sustained. Mr. Anthony, would you finish answering the question, please, sir?
That specific one, if that was at my house, then I guess that could be considered, yes, in my possession. I had knowledge of it.
And you did not put the duct tape on that gas can, correct?
Objection, so.
Sustained.
Were you in possession of that duct tape at the public supermarket for the command center while you were passing out flyers of your missing granddaughter?
Objection, so.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
No.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out that your car was towed?
Objection, so.
Overrule as to that question.
When I first found out about our Pontiac Sunfire had been towed, we had received a notice through the United States Postal Service. It's like a yellowish color tag, probably about the size of this. And it just had our name on it, the person who had sent it, and it was available to be picked up, you know, at the local post office where we get our mail delivered from.
Did you understand my question, sir? My question was,
When I first got notice of it,
when did you first know or find out that your car was towed? What date?
I believe it was Sunday, the 13th of July. It was on a Sunday.
And you picked up the car on the 15th.
Objection, this is beyond the scope of direct examination.
Overrule.
picked up the car on the 15th.
Yes.
And when you picked up the car, did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing?
If I remember correctly, when I was walking around the car with the gentleman at the tow yard, and after realizing that I hadn't seen my granddaughter for nearly a month, and I hadn't had a lot of contact with my daughter within that month, I was concerned when I seen the car being towed there, when I saw the car had been towed there.
Did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing when you picked up the car?
No, not at that time. I didn't say she was missing, no.
You didn't tell anyone that you hadn't seen your granddaughter?
What I said to the tow gentleman that was there, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. It was when we were walking around the back of the car. I didn't verbally say it out loud. I think I said it in a very soft tone, that I hope this is not my daughter or my granddaughter or both.
Wait, he just said I didn't verbally say it out loud, and then he says I said it in a soft tone.
Because the way the car smelled.
And that smell was the smell of human decomposition.
Sustained.
After you smelled that smell, sir, what did you do?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Baez.
Judge, until this witness is called for further testimony, I have no questions.
Any redirect in those areas?
Since Mr. Baez has raised it, tell us about the Sports Authority incident when you went to check on your daughter's work situation. What happened?
Dude, there's nothing he can do to save this. It's a mess.
When I arrived at Sports Authority,
It's a mess.
I went inside and was met with a younger gentleman at one of the cashier areas. And I introduced myself. I said, I'm George Anthony. I'm Casey's father. Is Casey here? And the gentleman said, who's Casey? And I said, Casey Anthony. And I give her a brief description.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply to establish.
Mr. Baez, she didn't hear your objection.
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, just to establish the events that flowed from the statement. I would ask the court to reconsider.
Sustained.
Now, based upon what the gentleman told you, what did you do?
I got a little concerned and I asked to see the manager.
And did you have additional conversations with him?
I had
Without
addition-
telling me what they were, did you have additional conversations with him?
I had more conversation with the manager and found out that
Don't tell me what they said. Now, after that conversation, what did you do?
knowing that Casey was not there, I got in my car and left.
At some point, did you address this issue with either your wife or your daughter or both?
First time I addressed it with my wife, Cindy.
All right. And tell us about that conversation.
It was not the best conversation to have with Cindy at the time because of feeling that I was invading Casey's privacy to a point, following her.
Interesting.
Just should have just left it go and not
Was your
been the detective of the house to go find what was going on.
Was your detective work well received by your wife?
No, it was not. It was not.
Did it create additional strife in a relationship that you were trying to repair?
Slightly, but we worked through it.
Did you address this with Casey as well?
I don't remember if I really addressed it immediately or if it was a short period of time after, or we just had a brief discussion. I don't think it was anything that was that bad. You
just let it go.
Just let it go.
Now, can you tell us when, in relation to the last time you saw Caylee, this would have been the same year, the year before? Can you give us a general idea?
The last time I saw my granddaughter Caylee was June 16, 2008.
I mean, the Sports Authority incident,
So-
when was
Sports
that?
Authority,
the last time he said 15th. It was 16th, then it was 15th, and now it's 16th again.
Sorry.
Yeah,
On
when was
Sports
that
Authority
in
incident, I believe it was towards the end of 2007, could have been the early part of 2008. I'm not really sure of the generality of the time, but I know it wasn't all
The
that
jury
long
took
ago.
notes, right?
Now, let's talk about Mr. Kelly, the attorney that counsel asked you about. Had he done some work for you in the past?
He was my workers' comp attorney when I had a couple different injuries. He took care of that for me.
And how far back was that he worked as your attorney?
Objection, Judge. Relevance?
Overruled.
How far back was it that he had actually worked as your attorney?
He helped me 2 different occasions. One time was in, I believe it was 1995, 1996, and again in the early part of 2000.
Subsequent to that, had your relationship with Mr. Kelly changed from lawyer-client to something more personal?
Oh, we've been just great friends for nearly 20 years.
And did you and Cindy socialize with his family? Did your kids socialize together? Was it that kind of relationship?
We've been out to dinner a couple different occasions, been to his home and shared a meal at his home with him and his family.
And when you had him come to your house the day, I guess the day after you found out Caylee was missing, was he there more as a friend or more as a legal advisor?
Objection, Judge. Leading.
Overruled.
Friend, but also legal. I mean, it was a combination of both because Cindy and I didn't know where to turn, except to turn to someone that we considered our friend and had legal knowledge. So we were reaching out to just get some help.
How would you describe your emotional state on that day, the 16th of July, the day after everything was revealed and the day that, how were you feeling? What were your emotions then?
Judge, outside of scope.
No, I believe this is the date that counsel was referring to.
Overruled.
Just tell us that.
Very, very tired, very edgy. Hadn't had nothing to eat or drink since probably earlier the day prior to that. You talk about running on fumes. I mean, you're going in so many different directions. It's hard just to sit down and just concentrate on one particular thing because your whole main objective is to find your missing granddaughter.
This is a mess. Does that answer ring genuine to anybody watching? I mean,
whatever it took. I mean, we were, to say how exactly I felt that day, I do know that we were just devastated.
No further questions.
Okay, may the witness stand down.
there's one last little treat here.
Subject to recall, Judge.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You may resume your seat.
This piece of molding is coming off.
Okay, we'll take care of it. Thank you, Mr.
His last thing, this piece of molding is coming off. What the fuck? Like a piece of, from the stand or something? What? This piece of molding is coming off.
Anthony. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now 7 minutes to the hour 5. We will recess for the evening. Again, please remember all of my previous admonitions. Do not watch, listen, or read any news accounts of this case. Do not discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. And please remember my earlier instructions dealing with social media and people contacting you, including your loved ones when you talk to them this evening. Any additional instructions from the state or the defense? Okay, members of the jury, you may be excused. We'll see you tomorrow again at 9 a.m.
All right, that's it for this one, guys. So, oh wait, hold on. I wanted to show. So we have right now, objections is in the lead with 57. I've probably missed a couple. in second place, we have Duct Tape with 49. So we are off to the races with our ticker for this trial. So the next episode will be tomorrow night. And we're going to hear from a bunch of the roommates of Tony Lazzaro, and Tony Lazzaro himself will also testify. So we're going to get some more context into what Casey's life was like, and did they see Caylee? Did they not see Caylee? What type of mom was she, etc.? Taking out the trash, doing the laundry, those things. So thanks everybody for watching and for being here and for being a squirrel. And I'll go ahead and get working on the timestamps for those of you guys who are on replay crew, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. And I'll go ahead and roll the outro. See you guys next time.